All your next video ad needs is one AI video editor on Fiverr.
As a YouTuber, one of my biggest inspirations are all the weird nooks and crannies that exist on this website. I love looking into stuff like creepy videos with no views, deep YouTube, the weird stuff on YouTube Kids. I feel like finding the dark sides of a platform that you interact with every day is always an interesting concept. So when I decided to cover YouTube Shorts, I expected it would go much like my other videos exploring the other facets of YouTube. I was expecting to find some creepy, unexplained videos, some strange accounts that might end up being ARGs or art projects, and maybe the odd mystery. But what I found instead completely subverted my expectations. It was honestly a little shocking. I had heard that AI was becoming an increasingly big problem on YouTube. In fact, YouTube even recently implemented some changes to their monetization guidelines to address the problem of AI content on this platform. But speaking as somebody who basically exclusively watches long-form videos, I was expecting this change to be because of trends like QCat AI or all the AI creepypasta narration channels. Little did I know, the problem of AI slop on YouTube is very much centered around YouTube Shorts. When I first loaded it up and started scrolling, I was expecting to see the same sort of content that I saw on TikTok back when I did a video about that platform. But what I saw instead was an endless barrage of AI-generated junk. Don't get me wrong, the visuals in the videos themselves very often weren't AI generated, but the narrations and the scripts very obviously were. And I don't mean like an odd AI generated video within a sea of legit content. No, I mean the majority of videos I came across on YouTube Shorts were AI slop. Almost every clip I scrolled on followed the exact same weird format, with the same uncanny awkward voiceovers and overly stimulating brain rot editing. These videos often get surprisingly esoteric and surreal, not just in their strange visuals and storylines, but also the weird trends they all seem to follow, which I guess kind of fits in with the theme of my channel. But the main point I want to focus on today is the downfall of this section of YouTube, or as I like to call it, the AI apocalypse of YouTube Shorts. But why is this happening? Why are so many accounts making these strange videos, and why does this only seem to be happening on YouTube and not on TikTok or Instagram? To answer those questions, and we are going to answer them, we've got to start at the beginning. When YouTube Shorts first launched in 2020, it wasn't exactly a passion project from anybody at Google, but rather a feature that the company was pretty much forced to implement. TikTok had been exploding in popularity, and it was clear short-form vertical content that you could just mindlessly scroll through on your phone just may be the future of online video. Every other major player in the social media space would also implement some sort of short-form content section on their platform. Even Reddit now lets you scroll through videos in the same manner as TikTok. With YouTube being the video platform on the internet, it was no surprise that they too would eventually become part of this new online video paradigm. For the first few years of its existence, the content on YouTube Shorts didn't really differ very much from the other short-form video platforms it was competing with. The only real difference was that YouTubers would often make shorts specifically to advertise their long-form content, which was a trend that was obviously much more pronounced on YouTube than any other platform. Another interesting unique quality on YouTube Shorts was that all vertical videos uploaded to YouTube at any point in time that were less than 3 minutes long were automatically converted into shorts in November 2024. Meaning you can scroll past shorts on YouTube that date all the way back to 2011, making the back catalog on this platform much older than its competitors. In the last year or so though, a new trend began picking up steam on YouTube Shorts. Not one that was necessarily unique to the platform, but one that definitely appears to be much more prominent on Shorts in particular compared to every other short-form video app. AI-generated slop. Now when I say that, I don't necessarily mean completely AI-generated videos or slideshows of AI-generated images. Those definitely are there as well, but I'm talking about something that's a little more subtle and hard to notice. Like I said earlier, I never really got into watching short-form content personally, so when I decided to research a video about horror on YouTube Shorts, my plan was to go in with a fresh account and start scrolling until I find some interesting stuff. This sort of blind research usually takes a while to do, and I was ready to dedicate a significant amount of time to it, but I almost immediately began to notice a trend. It seemed like every video I scrolled past showed some clip that can only be described as a sort of internet highlight, like this sort of thing you would see while scrolling through Instagram or Twitter. Just random, vaguely interesting clips with some sort of mass appeal to them. All of these videos will be accompanied by awkward but well-recorded dialogue explaining what was happening, with extremely stimulating editing, complete with subtitles, sound effects, and clip transitions flying by seemingly every few seconds. While a little stilted, the narration would always explain what was going on in the clip in a way that was obviously trying to keep the user watching, usually alluding to something intriguing that was about to happen in the clip. And then, the videos would often just kind of stop. Sometimes something interesting would happen, and then the video would end immediately after without having any sort of resolution. It's a little hard to describe, so I'm just going to show you an example.
This dad made the biggest mistake ever because when he challenged his track athlete son to a race and was confident that he still had it, he didn't realize dad's strength doesn't apply to running. Just wait till you see what happens.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
So that video is 14 seconds long. 12 seconds is spent setting up the situation for the viewer, acting as a sort of introduction and not really anything more. A grand 2 seconds at the very end is spent rewarding the viewer with the payoff, and the clip just kind of ends during it. Many of the details described in the intro, like how it was a race between a father and son, and how that son was a track athlete, are essentially unnecessary details that are irrelevant to what actually happens in the video. And on top of that, the overall narration doesn't even seem to be describing what's really happening in the clip. The narrator says that it's a race between a dad and his son, but only his dad runs with the sons cheering him on. It's clearly not a race. And in an older upload of the same clip that I found on a different channel, minus the bad narration and brain rot editing, we can see that this is described as a dad failing when trying to do a long jump, which is a much more sensible description for this video that's completely different than the brain rot remix of it. It made me wonder, why would somebody take this video and just make a worse version of it, with an added dose of dishonesty on top of that? I mean, can you believe that somebody would just lie on the internet like that? The account that posted that video is called Snap, and they have many other uploads, all of which are just videos farmed from other parts of the internet with bad editing and lazy narration. That dialogue, by the way, while it may sound real, is actually generated with AI, specifically with a service called ElevenLabs, but we'll get more into how these videos are made in a little bit. Every clip here is basically the same. There's always an overly elaborate setup, often with irrelevant details, and the payoff to that setup is always unsatisfying. While in the first video we talked about, something did happen at the end of it, sometimes nothing happens and the video is just completely pointless. I'm not kidding. Like, look at this video for example.
This girl was just a few inches away from winning the championship, but then stumbles over the cones and is quickly losing her lead. But what she did next was absolutely crazy.
The video is obviously trying to show you how this track athlete tripped but was able to recover and somersault over the finish line. But they show that happening 3 times while alluding to something more that's supposedly gonna happen. But nothing does, and they just show the same clip for a 4th time, and then the video ends abruptly. This sort of editing and writing style is engaging, but when you don't leave the viewer with a resolution for the scenario you use as a hook, they just leave the video feeling teased and dissatisfied. And that was the general feeling I had while using YouTube Shorts, because believe me, it wasn't just this account posting videos like this, not by a long shot. I was shocked by the sheer volume of AI narrated slop I found on Shorts. It seemed like every second video I came across was one of these unsatisfying clips, and I was able to make a list of 30 accounts that were posting stuff like this in only 10 minutes of scrolling. And no doubt I could increase the length of that list exponentially if I were to spend more time looking. While Snap mainly focused on videos of sports and other kinds of physical activities, the range of content you could find in these AI farming accounts is practically endless and reaches across just about every genre and niche you can think of. Of course, the most common theme though is that Mr. Beast genre of content. You know, videos that don't really have a specific style, just stuff that's purely crafted to succeed in the algorithm while literally taking nothing else into account. Like this video.
When this guy decided to start tidying up his garage, he went totally overboard with the soap. Before long, the entire space was packed with thick foam. At one point, when he tried handing his friend a beer, he had to rely on memory just to find the fridge. But how did he even do that?
This one is so unsatisfying that it even seems to cut off at the end. Like there was supposed to be more of the video, but it just ends in the middle of it. You'll also notice in this one that it says, "Don't click the sound" in the description. This is another trend you're going to notice in these videos. The descriptions often say that. I'm pretty sure the reasoning here is that when you do click the sound, it just redirects to another video. In the case of the soap clip, clicking the sound leads to the following video.
When this girl showed up to the burger joint, she found out she could get one for free if she could beat the waitress in a simple game. All she had was a straw and a deep breath, but something felt off because the fish, let's just say she wasn't playing fair. And just like that, this girl walked out with a free burger.
If If this stuff is starting to appear a little surreal to you, don't worry, you're not alone. This video doesn't make any sense at all. For one thing, the arrow at the beginning is pointing to the wrong person, and the story of course devolves more and more into nonsense as it goes on for its brief 15-second run. Many of these shorts are just like this. The editing and the narration often don't match up to the original clip, but in an odd way, it almost makes them unintentionally entertaining just because of how weird they are. Take this video for example. Based on the thumbnail and the description, you would assume that it's just a towel getting squeezed out in an oddly satisfying manner, and nothing more, right? I mean, what context is even needed for a video like this? Let's find out.
Whenever this wife has dried herself off after showering, her towel always needed ages to get dry again, so that her husband one day built an own drying machine for her at home, which turned out to be so satisfying that the wife thought she should start her own company and sell it to the masses, while letting the husband do all the work for her. But unexpectedly, when she started, she got away with less than 2 sales and 0 likes.
Believe it or not, these videos get even more surreal and weird than this. After scrolling past quite a few AI narrated shorts, I finally stumbled across some horror content, discovering a channel called Mr. Gen Mind, where I was greeted with a whole new level of brain rot. As AVGN once said, we're turning up the diarrhea dial. I'm not really sure where to start here, so I'm just going to show you a full video and then we'll talk about it.
If you ever see this thing in a random place, do not go near it.
Bro, it looked creepy. What could possibly go wrong?
I'll tell you. But first, if you think this little puppy is adorable, like and subscribe. People were freaking out. Why is this doll just hanging from a tree? But here's the twist. This isn't what you think. It's not haunted. It's just Halloween decoration.
Let's analyze this to find out the actual content that exists in this video. For 4 seconds, we're shown a clip of a doll hanging from a tree. This is, in essence, the meat of the video. For the next 10 seconds, we're shown things that are irrelevant to that setup, like a cat commenting on what the narrator said in the intro, and a fluffy Pomeranian that has no relevance at all. After the call to subscribe to the channel, we're met with more video of the doll, and even more setup from the narrator. We've spent a good 20 seconds now building up the suspense as to what this scary doll might be. And in the final 2 seconds of the video, we're told it's just a Halloween decoration, which almost feels intentionally annoying at this point. The format of this video in particular is more bizarre than anything else we've talked about today, with animal commentators reacting to the videos with wacky voices. You might think that this is a characteristic feature of this channel in particular, but believe it or not, this is actually a trend that spans across multiple channels. A different account called Niche Makael also makes videos that are exactly the same as Mr. Gen Mind, except with even more brain rot, because yes, we can in fact inject even more brain rot into these shorts. Take a look.
Saving money feels right, just like when things are packed tidy and tight.
If you ever see this creature on the side of the road, don't get close, because what you see is just the beginning.
Bro, doesn't even look that big. Are you lying to me?
But before I explain, if you think my dog is adorable, like and subscribe. Now look at this poor dog, thrown into the trash like garbage. He's crying for help. And if not for a passing stranger, he might not have made it. If you're a kind person, leave a heart and sad emoji in the comments. May God punish the people who did this, and bless those who rescued him. Now back to the...
Yeah, you don't need to see the ending here. You already know it's not going to amount to anything. The shorts on this channel are so surreal, they actually really resemble those Adult Swim infomercials we were talking about in my last video about overnight TV. Those specials would have short segments that transition into a completely different topic every couple of minutes. Niche Makael shorts do the same thing, transitioning from a hook featuring a creepy image and scenario, into a cat commenting on the scene, into a cute dog asking you to subscribe, into a sick dog that needs help who's also asking viewers to comment emojis, all on a video that began with a terrifying horror movie creature rising from a sewer. I can't imagine who the average viewer of a channel like this is. Is it just an extremely high person drooling while staring at their screen? Is it just an iPad kid who has no idea what they're watching? Maybe, but neither of those groups are the core audience for this sort of content. To really nail down this demographic, we're going to look at another much larger channel. This one is called Hublot Baggins, and it has a whopping 4.8 million subscribers, with most of their uploads getting north of 1 million views, and their most popular video holding an insane 192 million views. The content here is based around animals. These videos either just show you some casual cute pet videos, or they show you a heartwarming story about how a poor neglected animal was saved in some way. The narration is the same AI voice, complete with the awkward inflections and grammatical errors typical of this AI genre, and the videos often cut off in the same unpleasant way. But the general format of this channel, and more importantly, the comments section, really gives me an idea of the sort of people who regularly watch content like this. I'll give you an example to explain what I mean. This video is about how everybody was ignoring this sweet and cute otter until a passerby paid him some attention and made his day. Every comment here mostly just says how the otter is cute, accompanied with a ton of emojis. The subject matter of this video, combined with how the comments are written, really reminds me of AI content on Facebook, which I covered in a video last year. To summarize that video, AI content on Facebook usually presents you with an AI-generated image accompanied with an emotional story. The comment section of those posts are typically made up of people who are new to or just unfamiliar with the internet and social media, and thus they get baited into engaging with low-quality content because they just don't know any better. I firmly believe that these sorts of internet users are the main audience for AI slop on YouTube Shorts, people who are inexperienced in some way with social media and thus can't tell real content from fake content. While these sorts of animal videos are probably intended for older people who are new to the internet, there are also channels out there who are specifically marketed towards kids who are just as freshly online, like Blake Style. Blake has 1.5 million subs, and when you look at the thumbnails of his videos, they almost all depict wide-angle point-of-view shots of playground equipment. The videos though are not talking about play structures. It's probably better if I just show you.
If you pass by this big tree area and you see this, run away. It is not an ordinary creature, but a demon. I will show you the video. But first, hit the like and subscribe button below if you love your mom and your dad. So, this man came home from work late at night and came across this scary creature. The big tree is said to have many demons at night, making the man traumatized and no longer coming home late at night. This could happen to you, your friends, and your family too. Trust me, buddy, you never want this happen to them, right? So send this video to your friends and family to warn them about this. Are you ready? So, here is the video.
I think this might actually be the lowest quality content we've come across today. For a whopping 40 seconds, we're set up with some dumb surreal story that doesn't make any sense, accompanied by a looping playground parkour video, and then the payoff is a 5-second AI generated clip. Every single upload on this channel follows this format, and while this particular video might have less than 10,000 views, many of Blake Style's uploads have millions of views and are all essentially the same as the one we just watched. While AI content on Facebook is generally hyper-focused around the demographics they can take advantage of, like old people and new internet users from the third world, the user base of YouTube is much more varied than Facebook's, and thus you can find AI slop infecting any YouTube niche that may appeal to new YouTube users. Like AI Jesus stuff, that was a trend on Facebook and it's here on full force on YouTube as well. Like this video that shows AI Jesus getting absolutely rocked by a sucker punch. Can't we just leave the poor guy alone already? You might also notice there's a microscopic guy in the corner reacting to the video, and the comments are identical to the sorts of interactions you would see on Facebook AI Jesus content, mostly consisting of people saying amen and nothing else. I think weirdest of all is this cat video, which describes how a cat that was being bullied by his brother managed to turn his sibling into a cat worm.
White Cat focused all his power and turned his rebellious older brother into an impotent and useless catworm. He was then rendered docile, and the two pets could finally coexist.
This seems kind of familiar. Yeah, so we made this video using some of the same techniques as the people who make AI slop for YouTube Shorts. It's actually easier to do than you might think. And by the way, if you want to see our brain rot masterpiece in its entirety, you can check it out on our TikTok, which we just launched. To make this video, we wrote a short script and put it through an app called ElevenLabs, which can convert written text into a realistic sounding narration. We then found some cat videos in our camera rolls, and then we put the final product together in CapCut, a mobile video editor made by the same company that runs TikTok. Now while that's a similar process, AI junk on YouTube Shorts is actually even easier to make than this. So easy in fact that we're gonna make one together right now. First we just need to find a clip on TikTok that will work. After scrolling for about a minute, I came across this video of a dog smiling. I screen recorded it and cropped out the TikTok UI in the Photos app. Then I found an AI script prompt on the YouTubers subreddit, the place that's always giving great advice like this, and I plugged that into Bing to get a short script about how a dog made my day by smiling at me. I copied that and put it into ElevenLabs to get a voiceover, and then put both the video and audio into CapCut. The audio was longer than the video, so I just made some parts loop with some rocking transitions and sound effects. And only 8 minutes after screen recording that TikTok, we had a short ready to post to YouTube. Now I realized after I did this I forgot to add those auto captions all these videos have, but not to worry, that only took me an extra minute or so to add in and re-render. Now I didn't figure this process out on my own, and the place I learned how to do it is also going to explain why this junk content is so rampant on YouTube Shorts. Since the dawn of the internet, one thought has invaded the minds of many, many people. How can I use this technology to make money without doing much work? People have answered this question in many ways, from running straight up scams like fake tech support, or less straight up scams like that new crypto coin that's gonna revolutionize finance. There are even scams out there that prey on this desire to make easy money online, promising people relaxed work from home jobs and then stealing their identity. But the latest craze that's going around in the sort of scammy internet money making space is AI YouTube Shorts. If you type in AI YouTube Shorts in the YouTube search bar and hit enter, you'll be bombarded with a ton of videos describing how creators made channels from scratch that blew up and are making them a lot of passive income. Of course, these people aren't just going to tell you about their success, they're going to tell you some of how they did it. The most important knowledge though is locked behind their premium courses that you'll need to buy. These tutorials essentially teach you how you too can make a ton of money by clipping content from other social media platforms and transforming it into AI slop. And they all outline the basic process we just used to make those two brainrot shorts. This sort of get rich quick on YouTube content falls at the intersection of two other niches. One of them being the AI finance niche, which is a group of people who find ways to generate content using AI to make money online. And also the YouTube metagame niche, which is a subsection of creators who make tutorials about how to grow your YouTube channel. I am really not a fan of this YouTube meta content in particular. They always treat YouTube purely as a game of hitting certain statistics while often completely ignoring the art form of video creation itself, which is kind of important. In my mind, success on this platform is really as simple as consistently making good content that other people want to watch. You don't need to worry about taking advantage of cutting-edge AI tools or copying MrBeast just because some so-called YouTube guru told you to. I got a little off track there, but the point is, there's an entire community on the internet that's completely centered around making AI YouTube Shorts channels purely to make money. Making a channel like this is no different than somebody launching a crypto coin. It's just become another online get-rich-quick scheme. The comments on these tutorials are filled with people spouting motivational self-help nonsense about how they're gonna manifest their success and how we're all gonna make it in 2025, which is the same sort of drivel you'll see in other get-rich-quick communities online. Almost every weird trend you'll see in these AI videos are because of how the people making them are only concerned about getting views and not about making good content. The way they cut off in an annoying way at the end, that's because ending the video at the climax rather than after increases the percentage of your average view duration, which is also why these videos all tend to just kinda lead you on and then finish without any kind of payoff. The awkward calls to like and subscribe using emotional methods like showing cute animals or guilting the viewer, that's because these creators aren't concerned about their audience's enjoyment, they just want to strong-arm people into interacting with their trash. These AI videos are a result of non-creative people trying to use YouTube as nothing more than a money printer, which is just kind of sad to me. YouTube can be very lucrative, but what's the point of doing it if you don't care about what you're making? Sure, it's always fun to see the numbers go up in your YouTube Studio app, but part of that fun is because I'm excited to share something cool I made with other people. If I was just knowingly making garbage that people watch but didn't actually like, I wouldn't feel any passion for this and YouTube would just kind of become the same slog through the day that a 9-to-5 job is. By the way, we still didn't answer why this AI content is mostly a YouTube problem and not so much an Instagram or TikTok problem. Well, that's because YouTube just pays more than those platforms. In this survey from 2024, a cross-section of different online creators most commonly said that YouTube was a platform that earned them the most money. Whether or not there's hard evidence to back that up doesn't matter, because YouTube has a reputation for being the highest paid platform, and thus, that's where these short-form junk creators tend to focus their efforts. Starting on July 15th, YouTube changed some of their monetization policy to better catch people who were just uploading garbage AI content, which has always actually been against the rules of the YouTube Partner Program. While hopefully these changes will disincentivize people to make content like this, I unfortunately remain a bit skeptical. There's not really a lot YouTube can actually do to automatically flag these videos. How is YouTube supposed to know if a video is ripped from another platform and has an AI voiceover? Sure, I have no doubt they'll be able to catch people who are just reusing the same narration for multiple videos, like Blake's style, but that's also really easy to get around. It would take less than a minute to ask ChatGPT or Bing to rephrase a script and then plug it back into 11 Labs. And then bam, completely new voiceover that won't be picked up by YouTube's automatic content moderation system. The only way I can see YouTube consistently being able to stop this problem would be if they found a way to somehow detect an AI voiceover and then flag it. But that would harm people who are using AI voiceovers in their legitimate content. Not that I necessarily condone that. And for that reason, even if it were possible, I don't think YouTube will ever do it. And as such, I expect this problem to continue until YouTube starts putting in massive amounts of actual manpower into manually sifting through channels to separate the junk creators from the rest, which is not something I'm gonna hold my breath for. This video was a little disappointing to make. I was actually hoping to find some cool stuff on YouTube Shorts to be able to share with you guys, but the AI stuff was just so noisy and prevalent that I couldn't really ignore it. Maybe someday I'll return and find some other way to sift through shorts. If you have any interesting leads you want me to look into, make sure to leave it below in a comment and I'll be sure to check it out. But until then guys, thank you so much for watching, and I hope you all have a great night.
Introducing Grammarly, like you've never seen before. Your all-in-one writing essential.
In the year 2010, YouTube would add a new way for users to keep their videos private while also being able to share them around the internet. Unlisted videos. These uploads can be watched by anyone, even if you don't have a YouTube account, but you can't actually see them anywhere on the site, even on the profile of the person who uploaded them. You can only access these videos if you have the direct link to them. This setting essentially removes videos from the so-called creator economy of YouTube, and it highlights the most common reason people upload videos to this platform. While you might associate YouTube with creators who make videos for the purpose of being viewed and shared around by strangers, the vast majority of uploaders on this platform use YouTube as a way to park video files, whether it's home movies or presentations for work or school projects. These sorts of videos are usually only shared between a small group of people, and the respective uploaders generally don't want their content to blow up. But before YouTube had the option to upload unlisted videos, sometimes these videos would do just that. In fact, a large chunk of the iconic selection of viral videos from the early days of YouTube were clips that were put up on the platform specifically to be shared between friends, and not really meant to be passed around the entire internet, sometimes to the dismay of their creators. While it might seem harmless for something like Charlie Bit My Finger to go viral, there was a darker side to home videos on YouTube that likely pushed the people responsible for the platform to make the unlisted feature in the first place. To put this in a way that won't break community guidelines, all I'm gonna say is that there are communities of depraved people on this platform who collect otherwise harmless home videos of children for their own disturbing purposes. I'm just gonna leave it at that. The option to keep your videos unlisted solved this problem, but it also invited other potential issues for YouTube. You see, when you upload an unlisted video, it goes through all of YouTube's normal automatic content ID checks, but it's never going to get manually flagged for copyright because, by nature, an unlisted video is essentially invisible to the rest of YouTube. This has resulted in people using unlisted videos as a way to share around copyrighted media, like full Hollywood movies, completely under YouTube's nose. On a more disturbing note, the ability to use YouTube to host videos that are invisible from the rest of the platform can be used as a way to share around more nefarious things. After all, it's happened many times that shock videos make it onto the platform until they get enough attention that somebody reports it and YouTube takes action. But without other YouTube users being able to see unlisted videos, these clips are never going to be reported. They're just going to live right where they are, undisturbed, being passed around communities outside YouTube. It makes you wonder just what sorts of horrifying things are lurking in unlisted YouTube videos. On this channel in the past, we've examined YouTube videos with very low view counts. We've also taken a look at Deep YouTube, the biggest part of this platform that's essentially hidden to the average user. And today, we're taking it a step further, and we're going to be diving into the world of unlisted YouTube videos. These videos are so hidden, you literally can't find them unless you have a direct link. Despite this, there are several ways you can find unlisted YouTube videos, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But for now, let me introduce you guys to our first unlisted horror. Wow, wasn't expecting that. Guys, there's something super important and very serious we gotta talk about. My ethnicity. Yeah, being from a colonial country like Canada, I've always been curious. Just where do my ancestors come from? Well, today, I was lucky enough to partner with MyHeritage to really get to the bottom of that. They sent me over one of their DNA kits. The process was super simple. I just had to swab the inside of my mouth and send it back to them, and they did a bunch of fancy science stuff with it, and, well, now we've got the results, so let's check it out. Okay, 50.6% Irish. Not terribly surprised about that, you know, my name is Farrell Maguire. After all, I've got family in Ireland right now. I've got an Irish passport. I was pretty much expecting to see Ireland first here. Okay, 20.9% Scottish and Welsh. Guessing that just goes hand in hand with the Irish, you know, Celtic kind of thing. Alright, almost 8% French. Half my family's Francophone. It'd be super weird if there was no French on there at all, and actually it's a little less than I was expecting, I guess. 6.4% English. Wow, wasn't expecting that. 14.3% other ethnicities, which I guess just appears to be everywhere in Europe. Another really cool feature of MyHeritage is they'll actually tell you when your DNA matches with other users who use the site. It's really cool to read through this list of DNA matches of people who are related to me and live on the other side of the world that I just had no idea about. If you're also curious about your genetic makeup, MyHeritage has a promotion going on right now. Click the link in the description box below or scan the QR code on the screen and use my code Farrell to get an extra 10% off your DNA kit. Thank you to MyHeritage for sponsoring this video. In the world of sports entertainment, the WWE occupies a strange place. While other leagues and organizations try to enhance the spectacle of their competitive games with halftime shows, cutting-edge visual technology, or fistfights, the World Wrestling Entertainment Corporation takes it a step further and completely removes the sport from the equation. Instead of trained wrestlers competing for a title, we instead get a sort of live theater that usually consists of two sweaty, muscle-bound men wearing skimpy clothes pretending to physically dominate the other guy. With WWE essentially being fictional entertainment, the company is able to really play up the dramatics both on and off screen much more than any kind of real sport could, which definitely makes for a much more engaging experience for the fans, and has no doubt played a big part in the company reaching its insane $1.4 billion annual revenue. The WWE is huge, and has had an undeniable influence on modern culture, including the internet. On April 23, 2014, a user known as PWE Music would sign up for YouTube. They would use their channel to post their fan edits of songs they thought would make good entrance music for WWE wrestlers. An entrance song refers to the music that a wrestler walks out to. It's a pretty iconic part of the band, that's what PWE Music seems to be doing. They also have another channel where they make fake WWE commercials, so for the last 11 years, they've dedicated their entire online presence to making fan-made wrestling content. But if we look at their unlisted uploads, there appears to be something a little darker hiding under the surface. The video appears to show us a person filming in the woods at night. The scene is only illuminated by a light originating from the same point as where the camera is, meaning it's probably a flashlight or a light on the camera itself. The footage appears to slow down and speed up sporadically, and as it goes on, we can eventually make out a person standing in the trees, but the video is a little too blurry to make out who they are. Eventually the figure begins to walk towards the camera, which prompts the person filming to turn around and start either walking or running away. It's a little hard to tell with the footage speeding up and down. The video ends with this view of the camera pointed towards the ground. This upload is called deargod.flv. The description is written in binary. When decoded, it reads,
"He has found me, finally. We finally became one, but he still can't accept it because of his family. Mutates to a whole new world will open to him, and finally he will open his eyes upon the enlightenment I offer him."
This video is obviously very different from the rest of the content on this channel. You might think that maybe this was just uploaded before all the WWE stuff and the person running the channel just decided to rebrand it at some point and that's why this video is unlisted, right? Well, that's not the case here, because this video was uploaded in late 2016, a full 2 years after the channel had started uploading WWE fan music. The idea of a wrestling music archival channel just suddenly uploading this bizarre, creepy video out of the blue with no explanation is disturbing. The description doesn't really make a ton of sense on its own. To me, it reads like ARG internet mystery gibberish, but as we dive deeper into this rabbit hole, we are gonna find out the true meaning behind it. The music in the background of this video is a reversed and slowed down edit of the song Gotti God by Marilyn Manson. And in terms of a potential source for the visual component to this video, there doesn't appear to be one that I could find anywhere on the internet, which makes it pretty likely that PWE Music filmed this strange video in the woods themselves. DearGod.flv is not the only unlisted video on this channel, and the others are just as weird as this one, like LastDay.end. This video is made up of old footage of nuclear bomb tests accompanied by some slightly out of tune electric guitar. In the description, we get more binary. This time it reads,
He is awoken. He's coming now. Be prepared. I can't.
This time it reads,
He is awoken. He's coming now. Be prepared. I can't control him now.
Again, this is super out of place on a channel that's normally focused on wrestling stuff, but the last two unlisted uploads actually kind of brings it back around. This video is called GottiGod.mp4, and it just appears to be a video of a bearded man put through a ton of filters. As far as I can tell, this appears to be the WWE wrestler known as Edge. The description is again just a ton of binary, this time reading,
During my lifetime, I have been called many names. Been in many bodies and never found one that was really worthy of my time, but I found this new one. He has a family and he earns money as a clown in a TV show, just like the last one, but we're still on time to save this one and stop him from ending his existence because of his weakness. I have awoken.
These descriptions appear to be telling a story of some sort of entity possessing clowns on TV, likely referring to WWE wrestlers. It mentions one of them that put an end to their own life, and another one they're on track to save. I'm sure some of you can probably see where this is going, but to the rest of you, this next upload will explain everything. The final unlisted video is called ConvictedKiller.mkv. This one focuses on the wrestler known as Chris Benoit. On June 23, 2007, Chris Benoit's friends began receiving multiple erratic text messages from both Chris and his wife. 4 of them reading, "My physical address is 130 Green Meadow Lane, Fayetteville, Georgia," followed by a 5th one reading, "The dogs are in the enclosed pool area, garage side door is open." A few hours later, Chris would call into the WWE office stating that he was at the hospital because his son had been vomiting and that he would be flying into Houston slightly later than scheduled. Chris was due to perform in a wrestling match that evening, but he never would end up taking that flight to Houston and he would miss the match. In fact, this call into the WWE office was the last anybody would ever hear from Chris Benoit. After these strange text messages and Benoit's unexplained missed Sunday match, the WWE decided to call in a welfare check at his house the very next day. There, police would find the bodies of Chris, his wife, and his 7-year-old son. It wouldn't take investigators very long to surmise that Nancy and Daniel Benoit had been murdered by Chris, who then went on to leave this mortal coil by his own hand, using his exercise equipment to do the job. While there was an explanation to this tragedy, an investigation would still be called to work out the details, which would only highlight how strange this case truly was. While you might assume a crime like this might happen because of domestic problems that brew for a long time and then blow up in a spectacular manner, possibly fueled by drugs and alcohol, the Benoit case is quite a bit different. Chris and his wife did have their fair share of problems, but there was a completely different factor that likely initiated this tragedy. During the autopsy of Benoit's body, doctors found that Chris's brain had been severely damaged, likely due to the repeated untreated concussions he suffered as a WWE performer, pulling off stunts like willingly taking blows to the back of the head. This trauma was so bad that the doctor said Benoit's brain most resembled that of an 85-year-old Alzheimer's patient, and that Chris most likely had been suffering from severe dementia in the days and weeks leading up to his death. On top of this, the toxicology report showed that Benoit's testosterone levels had exceeded the normal limit by 10 times, which was due to the testosterone boosters he had been taking. An overload of testosterone causes intense mood swings. Pair this with severe dementia, and Chris Benoit likely had a psychotic break that ultimately led to the demise of his entire family. And in the video ConvictedKiller.mkv, PWE Music eerily mixes a Chris Benoit promo video with photos of the crime scene. If I were to try to assign some sort of meaning to this strange lost internet horror project, I would say it might have been trying to highlight the way these extreme physical performers essentially destroy their bodies and minds for money. While the competition may be fake, the stunts these guys are doing are real, and if Chris Benoit had the brain of an 85-year-old with dementia due to the injuries he sustained while performing, then what about his peers? How many of them are headed down a similar path? Before we move on to our next topic, I'm sure a lot of you are wondering, how exactly did I find these unlisted videos? After all, unlisted means these videos are invisible to the surface web, right? Well, while these videos might not be listed anywhere on YouTube itself, people do still share around unlisted links elsewhere on the surface internet. And other people have created web crawlers that look for these links and then put them into these giant databases filled with unlisted YouTube videos. The one I like to use is known as Filmot.com. It has a bunch of useful tools like being able to search for a video by keywords in its transcript, searching by specific pieces of metadata, or, for this video in particular, searching through a giant collection of 9 million unlisted YouTube videos. I came across PWE Music by using this site. But for our next topic, we're going to move over to Reddit to talk about an insane mystery revolving around an unlisted YouTube video. If you're at all into horror and you've been on the internet as long as I have, then I'm sure you're no doubt familiar with the urban legend of username 666. A video would go viral in 2008 showing people the disturbing things that would happen to your web browser if you enter in youtube.com/666 into your address bar and repeatedly refresh the page, which would eventually show you this demonic looking YouTube player presenting us a video depicting pulsating fleshy masses. This was obviously just an urban legend, but a few years ago, a news story would begin circulating the internet telling users that if they remove the H from watch in any YouTube video URL and hit enter, they'll be presented with a video called 666 by user 666, showing the same pulsating fleshy protrusions, which is all eerily similar to the original username 666 urban legend, minus the demonic looking user interface. On the surface, this is pretty creepy, and it appears to be some sort of corruption of how YouTube is supposed to work, but there is a reasonable explanation behind this. You see, the page youtube.com/watch is the one page where every single YouTube video is accessed from. It's all technically a single page. Think of the watch page as a DVD player and the videos as DVDs. You can swap them in and out, but they all play in the same player. The video ID in the URL, it's what's called an argument. It's what tells the watch page which video to load into the player. When you remove the H, you're now not on the watch page anymore. Instead, YouTube is going to look for a channel with the ID WATC. Most channel IDs have an @ symbol before them, but older channels had an opportunity to set up a custom URL that could be whatever they wanted. This is what's happening here. YouTube is no longer looking for a video to load, but rather redirecting to a channel called WATC, and the video ID in the URL gets ignored because channel pages do not ingest any arguments from the URL. You'll notice this trick no longer works. That's because the WATC channel was also using some sort of YouTube glitch to redirect users to the 666 video, and their channel appears to have been taken down because of that. It was a neat trick, but there also wasn't anything nefarious going on here. Despite that, this still intrigued many people, and users began playing around more with YouTube URLs, removing letters from watch to see what would happen. And wouldn't you know it, something much stranger would be found. If you remove the T from watch on a video page, you'll be redirected to a channel called WACH. Again, this is using that same deprecated custom URL feature that fueled that 666 thing. This channel might seem empty on the surface, but it's hiding an unlisted video that is a doorway into a giant internet rabbit hole.
All your next video ad needs is one AI video editor on Fiverr. And what you don't need.
This video shows us a girl playing and singing a pretty nice original song on her acoustic guitar. The video is called Walking Blind, which is presumably the title of the song. It has 89,000 views and was uploaded in 2023, which is kind of weird as this video really seems quite a bit older than that. The girl's hairstyle and fashion sense screams mid-2000s, and not in a recent trendy Y2K way either. Pair this with a low frame rate webcam looking video with bad white balance, and I'm fairly certain this was recorded before the year 2010. The comments are even stranger. While some of them are complimenting the song and performance, most of them are just talking about how they got to the video by removing T from watch in the YouTube URL. If you search for Walking Blind on YouTube, you'll come across a much older upload of the same video on a different channel. This one is from the beginning of 2008, and it has almost 900,000 views. I'm willing to bet that this is the original upload of this song. The description appears pretty normal here, just saying how it's another song the uploader wrote. The comments, though, are a completely different story. Almost every comment here is talking about a walkthrough. When reading through all of these, you get the idea that some external site meant to link to a video game walkthrough, but instead linked to this video. This might seem like it could have been due to a simple typo or something, but other commenters say that they were also mistakenly linked from other sites on the internet. Like this guy saying he came from the Wikipedia article on Che Guevara, this one saying the link was supposed to be for an Excel tutorial, this one saying it was supposed to be a virtual tour of their school. The more comments you read, the more mistaken links you can find. There's obviously something really weird going on here. While this clip is more than 18 years old, the comments all seem to be written within the last 3 years. The channel that put up this video is called LQ, written in angle brackets presumably to look like a tag in HTML code. There's 3 other uploads on the channel, all of which seem to be the same girl playing guitar, the earliest one having close to 2 million views. This is another original song. The comments here seem to be more normal overall, but again, while the video is 18 years old, the vast majority of the comments seem to be written in the last couple of years, and there are still some unusual ones, like this guy saying that anytime he loads YouTube on his Tesla, this video plays. Several other people also say that every time they log into YouTube, they're redirected to this video. If we go to the OP's channel page, you won't see any of their uploads. Instead, you'll find a list of other channels that all have the same profile picture, just in different colors. The OP confirms in a community post they made a couple years ago that these are their other channels. The names mostly appear to be just punctuation symbols, and there's no consistency to any of the content posted here. This channel has a few Mario Kart Tour gameplay videos, this channel has a few videos of guys riding in a moped in the UK, and this channel has a video about the live action Initial D movie. Every channel here has almost no views or subscribers, with the exception of the last one, PQ. This one has a whopping 4 million subs, which have all apparently come from these incredibly popular Indian YouTube shorts they posted. But just like every other channel here, this YouTube has essentially no online presence outside the videos they posted. If we go back to the channel that posted those Mario Kart Tour gameplay videos, there is something that's different about this channel than the others. On their main channel page, there's a second row of linked channels, which are ones we haven't seen before. The profile pictures here all appear to be AI generated images, and the content of these channels is no less consistent than the others, but you will notice a new trend emerging here. If we click on this channel called Hide, you'll be greeted with a new list of channels. The last 3 listed here all have substantial subscriber accounts. If we click on the largest one, which is just called 3, and click on their uploads, we're once again greeted with the same girl. This is the exact same video that was on the LQ channel. And just like on that one, we're bombarded with comments saying how people got there while trying to log into their YouTube accounts, or were redirected to this video after receiving an error from YouTube. This re-upload has 3.5 million views. If we go back to that 3 channel and click on its description, which only says seed and nothing else, you'll also notice a link to another user here. This one is simply called S, and it's another channel with a very large number of subs. There are 2 videos here. One of them is called The Evolution of S, and it merely shows some Wayback Machine snapshots of the S YouTube channel at different points in time, dating all the way back to 2008. The second one is called Literally James Charles. This video shows the live subscriber count of a channel called SeedTech, which appears to be drastically dropping in real time. You'll remember the last channel we talked about had only seed as its description. And in fact, this S channel also says in its description, channel owned by Seed. We're finally nearing the end of this rabbit hole, but it's unfortunately gonna leave us with more questions than answers. Seed's channel is not terribly difficult to find. It's linked several times in many of these interlinked YouTube channels. This channel currently has 1.5 million subs, and if we take a look at their uploads... What the hell, dude? Once again, we get the same girl playing guitar. This is another massively popular re-upload with 2.9 million views. And wouldn't you know it, there's more than a few confused commenters here wondering how they even got to this video in the first place. This Seed channel seems to be at the center of this mess. All roads appear to lead right here. Seed also seems to have somewhat of an actual presence online too, with several currently active social media accounts and their own website. Their Twitter account seems to post quite a bit about technical YouTube stuff, which kinda leads into my theory about just what's going on here. I think that Seed is someone who obtained a ton of channels through some sort of means, and has been slowly rebranding them for his own purposes, whatever they may be. It's hard to say if these channels were hacked or merely just purchased, but Seed definitely doesn't seem to shy away from using some YouTube exploits, like channel redirecting, and so it's possible these channels were obtained through illegitimate means. And that still leaves the question, just who is this girl, and why does she seem to be at the center of this whole mystery? I do think that this LQ channel probably was her channel at some point, and these videos were her original uploads. Why Seed decided to re-upload them so many times across several of his channels, I'm not sure, and while it's really strange so many of these re-uploads have so many views, I think I do have some sort of explanation for that as well. All of these re-uploads are on very old channels, usually created within the first couple of years of YouTube's existence. Remember how the whole entrance into this rabbit hole was by removing the T in watch on a YouTube video page? I think essentially all of these re-uploads were linked to somehow by similar means, and all of those comments saying how they got to the video from the most random of places probably got there because the link they clicked on had a typo in it, with the word watch probably missing some letter. Seed likely used this to his advantage to gain views, either to grow a channel for whatever he intends to use it for, or just for fun. It's pretty hard to say. It's possible he chose the videos of the girl singing just because they're nice videos pretty much anyone would like, and that would increase the chances of it getting pushed in the YouTube algorithm because all these people being mistakenly redirected to them. In terms of who this girl actually is, I unfortunately have no idea. I tried to do some image back searches, but that only gave me a long list of other videos of Asian girls playing the acoustic guitar, none of whom are the person we're looking for. If you have any information about who this person is, or what might have happened to their YouTube channel, please let me know in the comments. I would be very curious. By the way, you made it through a lot of this video so far. You should probably subscribe if you're enjoying it, or else my videos may just disappear from your YouTube algorithm. Hey, wasn't this video supposed to be about unlisted YouTube videos? We kinda went pretty off track there for a bit. Let's try to bring it back.
Have you used social media between the ages of 8 and 18 and now you're dealing with anxiety, depression, or body image issues? There's actually a social media lawsuit reviewing cases just like this. To qualify, you have to have at least spent 3 hours a day on social media, currently be 18 to 25 years old, have received treatment from a doctor or a therapist. Now, when you apply, you're going to be asked where you received your treatment, like from a doctor, a therapist, or a clinic that you saw. If you meet these requirements, you may qualify for potential compensation. Just check your eligibility below.
I wanted the word cuppa, as in cup of tea, I thought would be great to mix with hug. When I saw
the Christmas season. It's that time of year when traditions and nostalgia blend to make old things new once again. Like Elf, Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree, Home Alone. Personally, I've got a lot of nostalgia for internet culture. And as time goes on, I find myself reflecting more and more on those bygone memes of yore. Like Viper the Rapper, for example. Remember that guy? I wonder what he's been up to recently. Let's fire up the old Google and see. Oh. Today, we're going to talk about the worst thing an internet celebrity has ever done. I should warn you, if you're sensitive to crimes against women, there's going to be a definitive point in this video where you should stop watching. But don't worry, I'll make it very clear when we're approaching that point. This is going to be the strangest video I've ever made. This story just goes to so many different places. I honestly don't even know where to begin. But maybe first I'll give you a quick overview of what you can expect. In your head, I want you to imagine 3 people. The first is an incredibly influential musician who pioneered an ever-increasingly relevant genre called cloud rap. Think Blade, Lil B, A$AP Rocky, they're all cloud rap. The second is a controversial internet figure who's brought laughs to many over the years with their ridiculous antics. Think Chris Chan, Joshua Block, you know what I'm talking about. The third is a repeat criminal who's escalated from fraud to SA to something so bad it's almost indescribable. Now if you take those 3 characters and combine them into one person, you'll end up with Viper the Rapper. If you've heard of Viper, chances are it's because of his uncanny way of releasing absurdly titled songs seemingly right after some big event happens. Like, the Titanic submersible fell victim to my spirit of the sea, playing Rocket League instead of voting, or South Korea's mandatory conscription won't help them fight against my brand of crack. And speaking of crack, whenever a Viper song isn't about current events, it's usually about selling or consuming this illicit substance. The videos themselves are even stranger, showing Viper, a middle-aged man, dancing in front of everything from video game footage, to vaporwave scenes, to Chris Chan, to iDubbbz. There's a lot to unpack here, but before we do that, we're gonna need to start at the beginning, in an era long before the internet. Lee Carter was born in 1971 and spent most of his childhood in Houston, Texas. He began playing piano in kindergarten and honed his skills over the years playing in his church band. Throughout the late 80s and early 90s, Lee experimented with making hip-hop music in his spare time, and in the late 90s, he would make the decision to pursue music full-time as both a rapper and a producer. In 2003, he would release a self-titled debut album under the alias Lee Dog. But 2 years later, he would re-release this same album, now renamed Hustlin' Thick, under a new artist name, Viper the Rapper. Hustlin' Thick is a mostly G-Funk sounding hip-hop album with a bit of a lo-fi tinge to it. What separates it from other hip-hop made at the time, however, are its arrangements. While hip-hop beats have historically used samples of other music as a foundation for everything else in the song, Viper instead layered short melodic loops he made using a Korg Trident, a fairly popular workstation synthesizer. Fresh off of playing in a church band for 10 years, Viper's musical style appears to be influenced by gospel and R&B, featuring lush chords filled with additive notes being played with smooth, warm synth sounds. On top of this, Viper appears to be naturally gifted at songwriting. Short musical loops can become boring to listen to when they're being played for 3 or 4 minutes straight, but Viper seems to effortlessly make these little snippets interesting enough that they never really become tiresome, even when some of the songs on this album go on for more than 5 minutes. While the lyrics are nothing special, the vocal melodies that sit on top of his choruses are always catchy and engaging. My favorite track on this album has to be Married to My Lute. The beat here features a very simple, short, and effective chord progression played on a piano with some low sawtooth synths sitting under it. This is accompanied by a punchy, messy, and unconventional drum beat. After the intro, the chorus comes in featuring guest vocalist Ice LaBelle. Some square synth lead comes in here, and everything together sounds so hazy, digital, and drugged out. Nothing sounded like this in 2003. Remember, this was the era of Kanye West and 50 Cent. It wouldn't be until later in the decade when producers like Clams Casino would emerge, making similarly hazy, faded beats, boasting huge synthesizers and emotional chord progressions. But we'll get to that in a little bit. While Hustlin' Thick is undeniably a well-made and innovative album, it failed to see much success. Not one to be discouraged though, Viper continued to make several albums over the next few years. But this is when a strange trend would begin to occur in his music. His sophomore album, Ready and Willing, featured many beats that appear to be completely reversed. Upon further investigation, unreversing these songs reveals that Viper more or less stole entire R&B songs made by other artists, including Never Can Say by Sparkle and Boy You Knocked Me Out by Tatiana Ali. As we said earlier, sampling is a staple of hip-hop, but usually samples are cut up from small slices of songs and they only exist as the base of a beat. producers will add their own drums, bass lines, and other instruments over samples to make something completely new. Viper just took almost uncut existing songs, reversed them, and then added his own lyrics without adding any other musical embellishments. Simply reversing a song is not enough to make something new. This sort of lazily produced music is something that would become a big stain on Viper's musical legacy, but we'll talk more about that in a little bit. Despite quickly cobbling together a few low-effort songs made with stolen beats, Viper was also still making high-quality original tracks alongside them, and he continued to innovate on his craft. His following albums, Heartless Hoodlum and The Southwest Hooligan, would feature even slower, hazier, and more comatose-sounding instrumentals. On Heartless Hoodlum, Viper would start to use samples more normally, cutting up short snippets of songs and rearranging them to make something new. The result was some of Viper's most ominous and avant-garde music, like Leanin' Low. This song features only a single looped sample that occasionally changes and no drums, making it the first song in the drumless genre of rap, a whole year before Jay Electronica. This song kinda reminds me of I Feel Like Dying by Lil Wayne. They both share this ominous apocalyptic atmosphere. Despite innovating ever more, Viper still wouldn't see any success from these releases. In fact, he wouldn't attain any sort of fanfare for the remainder of the decade, and the first few years of the 2010s as well. But in 2013, a Viper track made in 2008 would blow up in a massive way, gaining him not only internet fame, but also mainstream media attention from music outlets like Noisy. Just what was the track that garnered all this attention, you might ask? Well, it's called Y'all Cowards Don't Even Smoke Crack. The misspelling is apparently intentional. This track truly feels like it came from a different dimension. Everything about it is just bizarre. From the cover art depicting Viper with his trademark lazy eye that looks like it's been printed and scanned back into the computer multiple times, to the misspelled title asserting that the listener is a coward for not consuming an illicit stimulant. And while the lyrics and title might revolve around an upper, the tonality of the song does not match at all. Pressing play greets the listener immediately with a blaring wall of synthesizers playing one of Viper's trademark catchy melodies that sounds like it's been injected with a hefty dose of opiates. This is accompanied by a slow, sparse, and meandering drum beat that, while not providing much rhythm, manages to just barely keep the song from bursting apart at the seams. This track was my introduction to Viper. My friend from school showed it to me around the time it was blowing up in 2013, and I remember thinking that it was the strangest piece of music I'd ever come across. It wasn't just good, it was like the most ghetto piece of media I had ever seen. It's easy to see why Y'all Cowards blew up. It was an incredibly unique and fresh take on a genre that had been exploding at the time: cloud rap. Cloud rap is a primarily internet-based subgenre of hip-hop that's trademarked by its heavy use of synthesizers, hazy production, and laid-back, relaxed rapping styles. Artists like Lil B and A$AP Rocky pioneered this style in the early 2010s. But guess what? Viper had developed a very similar sound completely independently years before these guys, and in 2013, he was finally getting some recognition for it. You might think that this is a point in the story where this flawed but talented innovator of his craft will begin to truly make a name for himself, right? This is a chapter where Viper uses his newly found fame and money to build connections that can help him create better music and display it to a wider audience, right? Well, no, that's not what happened at all. What did happen was far stranger than anyone could have expected. If you watched some of my first videos on this channel, you might notice the chair I was sitting on, which was a kitchen chair, not exactly very ergonomic. I've since upgraded a couple times since those long gone days of yore, and the most recent and favorite chair I've been using is a FlexiSpot C7 Max. This chair is super ergonomic and built for long-term sitting sessions. Almost every part of it is adjustable to fit your specific needs, whether you want to raise, lower, or rotate the armrest or headrest, or adjust the height or angle of the backrest or lumbar support. My C7 also has a comfortable and breathable mesh seat, which has been a pretty good upgrade over the worn down foam seat in my last chair. Another big upgrade is the excellent lumbar support, which my old chair completely lacked. It not only encourages you to sit straight, but it feels like it molds to the shape of your back. I think my favorite feature of the C7 Max is the slightly larger size of the seat, and the way you can kind of change the angle and make it jut out a bit, which allows me to actually sit cross-legged comfortably. Which I know not everybody might want to do, but it's something I've always wanted to do with an office chair, and now I finally can. don't let your dreams be dreams. If you want to try out the C7 Max risk-free, FlexiSpot offers a 30-day return policy. And even after those 30 days, you'll still have a 10-year warranty. Use code FERAL or click the link in the description below to get the best price possible. Thank you to FlexiSpot for sponsoring this video. Remember how we talked about Viper padding out his albums with these lazily thrown together songs made with stolen music? Well, as the late 2000s dragged on, he continued to expand his filler content, releasing albums like 2009's Thug's Passion, which is just Hustle and Thick except the track order is in reverse, or 2010's Plush Player, which has all the same songs as Ready and Willing, except with different names and in a different order. Viper had graduated from making albums with mostly original content accompanied by just a few filler songs, to releasing new albums that had the exact same content as previous albums with nothing at all new. In 2013, Viper suddenly had a lot of new fans. Yell Cowards have been viewed by millions of people. Some of these fans were getting in touch with him, offering to do things like making him beats, making music videos, helping him with mixing, etc. While most artists in this situation might use these newly forged connections as an opportunity to improve their art, Viper instead went the other way and began industrializing the production of his filler content. Viper gathered up all the songs he had ever made into a giant folder, took some selfies of himself, and asked the fans who had contacted him to make him new albums by renaming existing songs, making some album art with the selfies, and packaging it all together with a catchy album title. He had multiple people working on putting these quote-unquote albums together, and he even expanded his repertoire of songs with some new ones he had made with beats that fans had sent him, with varying results in terms of quality. Viper's strong suit has always been his unique instrumentals, not so much his rapping. Removing his musicality from the equation generally removes most of the incentive to listen to his music. This process that Viper came up with produced a ridiculous amount of content. In fact, in 2014 alone, he released a total of 347 albums, netting him more media attention solely for his sheer prolificacy. Now, I'm sure you can imagine the sorts of fans that an outsider cloud rap artist like this might have, and combining this with the fact that Viper has basically no quality standards, it all led to some pretty funny albums being produced. Like, Kill Yourself My Man, Cops Can't Read 6, Fuck the World It Ain't Real I Bend the Spoon With My Mind 4, Why the Fuck Is Tibet Still Ain't Free, and my personal favorite, Let's Kill Viper. Viper would continue to release hundreds of albums a year, flooding streaming services and YouTube with the same 80 or 90 songs repeated thousands of times. Viper said his strategy was to make it so there were more Viper songs than all other songs by every other artist ever combined, so people would have to take notice of him. In 2015, Viper would expand his fan-made content operation to include music videos. He uploaded almost 40 make-your-own Viper music video clips to YouTube, which are mostly all just him dancing in front of a green screen, mouthing random rap lines, and sometimes holding some cash. These videos were meant to be combined with any random Viper track. The fact that the words would never match whatever Viper was singing in the song didn't seem to matter. If fan-made albums and album art unlatched the shitpost floodgates, the fan-made music videos blew them right off their hinges. Suddenly, Viper was depicted rapping in front of 9/11 footage, Tiananmen Square, Minecraft gameplay, Chris Chan videos, and even actual wartime combat footage. These fan-made music videos might be what Viper is most well known for. His industrialized shitposting process would prove to be especially fruitful on YouTube, where he would upload new music videos parodying current events as they happened, varying from niche topics like the release of a popular new video game, or notable world events like the Capitol Hill riot or the coronavirus outbreak. Around 2015, when Viper began doing this, I happened to be in Toronto for a few months recording an album with the shoegaze band I was in at the time. One of my longtime online friends also happened to be living in Toronto at that time, and one day when we were hanging out IRL, he started to tell me about what it was like to edit videos for Viper. My friend just so happened to be Viper's main editor at the time. Of course, when I heard this, I said that you have got to get me in on this somehow, so we both spent a couple hours throwing together a Viper music video. That There's a Stash Spot 2015, which featured hilarious George Costanza vaporwave pictures, anime, and a real video of a man peeing on the buns in an elevator. To be young again. Of course, Viper put it up on his main channel, probably without even watching it. Now, my friend was expected by Viper to make a lot of music videos, like 6 a week or something. One time he sent him an email with 50 songs and asked him to make a video for each one. I'm not actually even sure if Viper was paying him. I wouldn't be surprised if he either wasn't or was just paying him very little.
At Fiverr, we know that vibe coding can be a lot of fun, until it's not.
About a year later, I was putting together an album made up of some hip-hop instrumentals I had made, and one of those songs sounded particularly Viper-esque, so I thought I would ask Viper if he would feature on it. I still had his email from when I made that music video for him. He then responded to me asking for $600 so we can make a whole Viper album together, and seemingly not responding to anything I had said in my original email. I asked my friend about it, and he told me not to give Viper any money because he would apparently just take it and not deliver on anything. My friend then told Viper he wouldn't make any more videos for him until he recorded a verse for my song, which he then did.
Watch how we go on. They say it on their top cheap. Walkers hating on me cause they couldn't be like me. I was getting so much cash. Boys was praying for bullets in my ass. Now I'm getting their cash and hitting these blocks.
A few months later, I once again reached out to Viper, offering to remaster a couple of his classic albums, which all suffered from horribly blown out low ends that made them impossible to listen to with certain headphones and speakers. Viper then responded asking for $49, at which point he would apparently send me a verse, again not addressing anything I had said in my original message. This whole chaotic collaborative process was just the tip of the iceberg. It was around this time when Viper started posting about embarking on a soul-searching journey to test his mind, will, and soul. He then posted a picture of himself wearing a woman's body wrap, calling it Thawed, which is short for the Harness of Death. The idea was that he would wear this woman's body wrap for 10 days, and he would either die or evolve to become a new and improved Viper. This initial Thawed journey would culminate with him being hospitalized after getting into a car crash on the 6th day, after the physical pressure from the wraps gave him a panic attack while driving. Viper would continue to start and stop Thawed journeys over the next few years. He would start with just one body wrap, then eventually he would put on a second, then a third, until the pressure was just too much to handle and he would need to reset to start a new journey. In June 2016, Viper would post a picture of himself in a hospital bed saying that he fears no Thawed, and implying in a different post that he had caught pneumonia from Thawed. It's pretty hard to say what the point of the Harness of Death was. It can be interpreted as a sign of mental illness, some deranged fetish, or even just a strange publicity stunt. But in any event, it was just another sign that even disregarding all the memes and shitposts made on his behalf by others, Viper's own untouched presence was incredibly chaotic. The next few years would bring about more of the same in the world of Viper. He would continue flooding the internet with shitpost albums and videos made by others, not bothering to make any actual new music. He would continue to beg his collaborators for various things, like when he asked me out of the blue to press him 22 vinyls in 2019 for some reason. But at the very beginning of 2024, something truly awful would be revealed to the general public that would once again thrust Viper into international headlines. But before we get there, we need to properly set the stage. While nobody could have predicted the insane thing Viper would be arrested for, there were still signs over the years as to what was to come, mostly in how he treated women. And this is the point of the video where I will tell you if you're sensitive to violence against women or SA, you might want to stop watching here. But before you click away, I'll sum up the rest of the video quickly. Viper has done some pretty horrible things. Even disregarding this recent thing he was arrested for, there's still public evidence on the internet put up by Viper himself of him treating women pretty badly. And we're about to go over it. Alright, time to talk about the bad stuff. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. Remember those make your own Viper videos? There were a lot of them. 45 to be exact. Well, the first half of these videos are pretty much just Viper dancing in front of a green screen. They would start to get stranger as time went on. The 29th Make Your Own Viper video consists of Viper dancing in front of an overturned truck on the side of a highway. And the 30th video is grainy footage taken in a dark and dirty room that shows Viper slowly encroaching himself onto a visibly uncomfortable woman in a bikini while distorted blown out Viper shitpost music plays in the background. As the video goes on, Viper begins to kiss the woman, until she eventually has enough and leaves, with the video closing on the two arguing about something we can't hear over the sound of the trap house stereo system. The next video in the series appears to occur right after the last, with the same shot of Viper sitting on the couch in his underwear. It appears that he convinced the woman to pick up the camera and film him dancing in front of the door, which results in some of the most menacing looking Viper footage out there. 32 is another continuation of the same scene. Viper convinces the still obviously uncomfortable woman to dance with him, but a few minutes into it, you can hear a door opening off screen, surprising the couple. A different woman enters the scene and the couple walks off camera. Viper begins arguing with this new woman, saying that the other woman needs to get up early so she needs to leave the house right now. It's worth noting too that the woman Viper is arguing with appears to be intoxicated.
Come on. Don't treat me like you fucking my shit up. I'm pissed off. You promised me you would chill the fuck out and you came out here fucking my shit up. I paid money for this shit. You don't know what the fuck I did. This shit cost me money. You cost me money, man. You want to give back this fucking $100 I'm gonna give this lady?
Man, you want to give me back the $300 you owe me?
I ain't gave it to her yet.
Viper then begins explaining to the woman that he's filming with that this other woman is just a friend and nothing funny is going on, and that he plans to lock this other woman in his car, which is a bit of a dark foreshadowing of things to come.
Hey, look, I'm so sorry about this. She's my friend. The only reason why I even had her here was because you said something about bringing some people, and I didn't know who you were bringing.
Oh, I see.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
I apologize about that, but now I'm gonna go put her in the car.
Okay.
And lock her ass in the car, and we can finish this, okay?
She's gonna stay in the car.
She don't stay in the car. If she get out of the car.
The woman Viper was dancing with eventually walks out the door, but Viper still continues arguing with the intoxicated woman, trying to convince her to leave, until she eventually starts crying near the end of the video. The 33rd entry continues the same bizarre scene, with Viper trying to convince this drunk or high woman to leave his house. Eventually, she complies and stumbles out the door with Viper. She hasn't appeared on camera before, and we also have no clue what she was even doing in Viper's house. Eventually, Viper and the dancing woman return after only a couple minutes, meaning that Viper likely did just lock this intoxicated woman in his car so he could continue filming. The video ends with Viper telling his model that he needs to film her in her sexy jeans, all while the woman keeps saying how she needs to leave. This is obviously a pretty horrible scene, but the make your own Viper video rabbit hole goes even deeper. The following video we're about to discuss was removed from YouTube and is only available on the Internet Archive due to its explicit nature, making it hard for me to show you much of it. Not that you would want to see it anyways. In this video, we see Viper hovering over a different scantily clad woman with a camera. The pair seem pretty jovial and are laughing with each other, but at some point the mood starts to change when Viper begins talking about turning the camera off and his pants hurting. Eventually, the camera focuses on the woman's face as her smile slowly disappears. The camera begins moving up and down, and labored breathing can be heard from both parties. I don't have to tell you what's going on here. Whether or not this was consensual, I have no idea. But it is upsetting, and it's about to get even worse. A whole lot worse, actually. That's right, we're finally gonna go over what Viper is currently in jail for. In April 2023, Houston police would receive a text on their 911 number from a woman stating that she was being held against her will inside the garage of Viper's home. When police arrived, they had to pry open the garage door, which introduced them to the horrible scene inside. In this dank, awful-smelling garage was a 70-pound malnourished woman wearing filthy clothes laying on a vomit-covered mattress, next to a bucket covered in human excrement. She told police that it had not only been 2 months since she had a shower, but that she had been locked in this garage for 5 years. Sometime between 2018 and 2019, Viper would come across a pregnant homeless woman panhandling on the side of the road. He would give her a bit of money and offer her a ride. After accepting and getting into his car, Viper then took her to his house against her will and locked her in the garage. In the agonizing 5 years that followed, Viper would force this woman to do his bidding, whether it was consuming illicit substances or performing intimate acts with him, all against her will. The only food he would give her was a small amount of Twinkies and chips, leading her to lose most of her body weight. She would have her child in this garage, as well as another child fathered by Viper. The woman would attempt to escape several times, sometimes making a run for it on the rare occasion Viper would allow her into his house to bathe. At one point, she managed to break a window in the garage, but every escape attempt was met with threats of violence from Viper, and he ended up boarding up all the windows in the garage. After a few years, Viper would begin to allow this woman to use his laptop occasionally, which gave her the ability to contact police, ultimately leading to her rescue. But there was a problem. Viper was nowhere to be found in this house. It didn't seem like he even lived there. It would take police almost a year to track down Viper, and they ultimately arrested him in January 2024. There's a pretty famous book by fellow Irish-Canadian Emma Donoghue called Room. In it, a woman is held captive in a room for many years while enduring constant essay from her captor and also being forced to give birth to and raise his child, all in one room. It's a very depressing read, but hey, at least it's fiction. That unfortunately doesn't seem to be the case with Viper, who seemingly played out the plot to this book in real life. Have you ever heard the expression, where there's smoke, there's fire? Well, this too would also apply to Viper, who would catch a second charge just a month later in February 2024, when a second woman would come forward and allege that Viper had also kidnapped her and forced her to perform intimate acts with him. Viper is currently in jail and awaiting trial for both of these cases, so it's worth mentioning that at the current time, they are mostly just allegations. He hasn't actually been found guilty yet, and of course he alleges his innocence, but it's not exactly looking good for him. Just a couple months ago, both Viper and his wife... Oh yeah, I guess I actually forgot to mention that he's been married this entire time. They were both charged with 108 counts of fraud and tampering with evidence, meaning they're likely scrambling to cover their tracks. Like I said, according to Viper, he's actually innocent. This is all just a big conspiracy against him. His wife would launch a GoFundMe in September to raise money for legal defense, which to this day has not received a single donation. Viper's trial for the woman who escaped his garage is currently set for July 18th, 2025. The story of Viper is truly one of the strangest tales to ever come from the internet. And we didn't even go over everything, like, for example, I didn't tell you about Freemovers Inc., which is Viper's real estate company. Now, as far as I can tell, Freemovers Inc. is a legitimate company, like Viper does have a real estate portfolio, but he also releases music on YouTube under the name Freemovers Inc., so the line between Viper the rapper and Viper the real estate mogul is like blurred in a really weird way. It's all very strange, like everything else in this story. I also didn't tell you about Viper's brother, Greg Carter, who is an actual filmmaker. And I don't mean like an amateur filmmaker, like this guy has his own Wikipedia page that doesn't even mention Viper at all. It's like every nook and cranny you look into in this story has like something new and interesting to uncover. Now I'm sure some of you might be wondering, Farrell, why would you collaborate with somebody like Viper? Back in 2015 and 2016, Viper had a pretty different reputation, and don't get me wrong, back then he was still considered a bit of a scammer. Like, if you were to order merch from Viper, there was a pretty good chance you wouldn't actually get it in the mail, and there was a common consensus in the community that you shouldn't give Viper any money because whatever you were paying him for, it was pretty likely he wouldn't actually deliver on it. But I mean, keeping a woman locked in his garage for 5 years, this is like a totally different class of thing we're talking about now. This is not like internet drama, like YouTuber drama. This is like true crime. This is like Last Podcast on the Left, 3-part, 6-hour-long expose kind of thing. I mean, just really think about what Viper is being accused of here. He kept this woman locked in his garage for 5 years. He deprived this woman of her humanity for 5 years. Just think about how long that is. 5 years ago was what, 2019? Imagine from 2019 until 2024, you were locked in Viper's garage. You were only fed junk food. You were forced to do awful things with him. You were forced to carry his child. I mean, Viper basically enslaved this woman. It's just awful to think about. This has been a pretty hard one to talk about, guys, but regardless, I hope you had a great Christmas or Hanukkah or whatever you celebrate this time of year. I hope it went well, and I'll see you in the new year. I'm going to take a break for the first part of January, but I'll see you guys in the latter half of January for something pretty cool. But until then, have a good night, guys. Take care.
So you want to be a software.
We all visit websites every day.
In this world, whether we know it or not, we all... In this world, whether we know it or not, we all serve many gods, ranging from things as simple as our phones and the news, to substances and video games, to gluttony, and all the way to religious beings like God or Muhammad or Buddha. But the question that looms above all of that is who told us which God we should serve? What controls every single motivation and desire in this world? That question has haunted millions of people for thousands of years. And perhaps the horrific answer to that question lies in a book that was published in 2008. An answer so disturbing that few people dare think about it. An answer that might make you look at history through an entirely different lens. An answer that might open your eyes to the corruption and rot that hides beneath the floorboards. Oil is sentient, and humans serve its interests. In this video, I will dive deeply into the book known as Cyclonopedia, which proposes the theory that I just read to you. I will examine the psychological implications and the historical, societal, and political impacts that this theory could have on all of humanity, as I do believe this is one of, if not the darkest theories throughout human history. This video in theory relates closely to humanity's insatiable desire to grow and to expand through the Industrial Revolution and onward. And this theory really asks us to question what causes that insatiable desire to grow. If you enjoy these types of theories and deep dives and videos like this, stick around. This one will get crazy, so go ahead, grab a bucket of popcorn, open up your mind, grab your tinfoil hat, and let's get into the darkest theory in human history. The theory. In the simplest terms possible, the theory that this video is about states that the material that we know as oil or petroleum is actually sentient and it has agency. And underneath our noses, it has been working to control the earth and humanity to serve its desires and best interests. And that it's been doing so since the dawn of time. That sounds insane, right? An inanimate goo controlling all of our desires, all of our achievements, all of our want to go forward. Crazy, right? Right? Let me point you directly to the book that proposes this theory and describe it so it might make a little bit more sense to you. Cyclonopedia. Cyclonopedia is a speculative book that was written by Reza Negarestani. Now, Negarestani himself is an Iranian philosopher who is best known for this book, but he spent his entire life philosophizing and theorizing humanity and all the concepts that lie within. For a while, he bounced around between different philosophical phases, beginning with beliefs in speculative realism, and eventually finding his standing in the rationalist and humanism camp. Now, I'm not going to pretend like I know what any of that means or the differences between those beliefs, so I'm going to link videos and articles below if you really want to dive deeper into them. But as far as this video is concerned, Cyclonopedia is the most impactful work of Negarestani's career and possibly the entire genre, because essentially it pioneered this new genre when it was released back in 2008. The genre in question is now known as theory fiction, and it's underneath that name where we get the theory that today's video is about. In order for you to understand the theory and understand the evidence and everything that's behind it, I will have to give a summary of the book Cyclonopedia, so that's what this next part's going to be. I completely and utterly suggest reading the entire book yourself if you want to get all the details from the first-hand account. This is a summary. It does not replace the book. Please read the book if you want to, but if you just want to turn this on in the background, or if you're just a casual listener and you want to hear about weird oil controlling all humanity, this is the video for you. Cyclonopedia states that, quote, "The Middle East is a sentient entity. It's alive." And the book essentially dives deep into that idea. It funnels those thoughts into talking about the wars that are in the Middle East, humanity's achievements, and all of humanity's ideas, advancements, politics, socioeconomic factors, all of that coming and trickling back down to one single thing: oil. In order to get the most accurate summary before I give my perspective on it, I will read the short book summary that is given, and from this, you'll be able to see what it's all about. At once a horror fiction, a work of speculative theology, an atlas of demonology, a political seismodat, and philosophic grimoire, Cyclonopedia is a work of theory fiction on the Middle East, where horror is restlessly heaped upon horror. Reza Negarestani bridges the appalling vistas of contemporary world politics and the war with the archaeologies of the Middle East and the natural history of the Earth itself. Cyclonopedia is a Middle Eastern odyssey populated by archaeologists, heresiarchs, corpses of ancient gods, and other puppets. The journey to the underworld begins with petroleum basins and the rotting sun, continuing along the tentacled pipelines of oil, and at last unfolding in the desert, where monotheism meets the Earth's tarry dreams of insurrection against the sun. The Middle East is a sentient entity. It is alive, concludes the renegade Iranian archaeologist Dr. Hamid Persani, before disappearing under mysterious circumstances. The disordered notes he leaves behind testify to an increasingly deranged preoccupation with oil as the, quote, lubricant of historical and political narratives. A young American woman arrives in Istanbul to meet a pseudonymed online acquaintance who never arrives. Discovering a strange manuscript in her hotel room, she follows up with its cryptic clues, only to discover more plot holes, and she begins to wonder whether her friend was a fictional quantity all along. Meanwhile, as the war on terror escalates, the US is dragged into an asymmetrical engagement with occulters whose principles are ancient and obscure and saturated in oil. It is as if war itself is feeding upon the war machines, seducing the aggressors into the dark heart of oil. So as cool and awesome as that sounds, in layman's terms, it's kinda similar to the Dune series, except instead of spice and Arrakis and the Fremen and the Harkonnen, this book is about oil, the Middle East, the jihadis, the oil families, archaeologists, big oil, and the socioeconomic and political happenings that are within all of that. The book itself is extremely expansive, and it really is just way too long to summarize on YouTube, so I won't be going over each individual section. I will instead focus on the part of the book that goes with the theory that this video is about. I want you to continue watching the rest of this video with an open mind. While this work is completely fiction and theory fiction, asking these questions that the book proposes is very important as a basic human to understand why we do the things that we do and why society is shaped the exact way it is. Take an introspective look in your own life and see just how much of it is controlled by oil, even down to the most minute parts of it. With all that out of the way, let's now dive into the specific parts of the book that go over this theory. I will be reading the excerpts directly from the text to you, giving my own insights and my own interpretations of this text, and connecting it with everything that we know in life. Strap that tinfoil hat on, you're gonna need it, and let's get into it. Negarestani in Cyclonopedia asks the question, why so many wars have been fought inside and around the Middle East since the days of old, the Bible times, the beginning. What is the root cause, and why is it so ingrained in every aspect of many people's lives? He encourages you to rip back the surface level understanding of these wars and dig down to the root cause of most of it. And again, he claims that the root cause is petroleum, oil, Tellurian lube. Essentially, Cyclonopedia is saying that oil has a life and an intelligence in its own right, and it really desires and wants to be used by humans in order to create and produce energy and heat, and by proxy, that means warfare and geopolitical turmoil. In a way, oil and earth are both alive. They're both entities in their own right, and they're sentient. And along that line of thinking, earth and oil want to begin this interdimensional apocalyptic death, you know, the Gog and the Magog that I've discussed in this video, the ending of everything. Because the Earth kind of sees the sun shining on it, and it almost has an opposition, a little sibling syndrome, if you will, to the sun's light. The Earth desires to be more, so this oil is produced and extracted to produce more and more heat and more growth, and by result, more and more death. Humanity is warmongering. We are starving and desiring progress and mining and harvesting of these fossil fuels and this oil. And we will continue to do so at growing rates until we meet our own demise at our own hands. This book, Cyclonopedia, really shows the world as this giant chess match, except every piece involves a different geopolitical party, a different race, a different ethnicity, all vying for the same substance, the same ends. That would be to mine and harvest this oil. Except it's because the Earth wants its oil to be mined. That way we produce more and grow more and become this one giant war machine. The narcissism, the depravity, the avarice of mankind to mine the oil, to harvest it, will eventually cause a self-destructive collapse. All because oil and the Earth wants to outshine the sun, I think. This book is very complicated. Quote, "The answer is oil. The war on terror cannot be radically and technically grasped as a machine without consideration of the oil that greases its parts and recomposes its flows." He then goes on to describe oil as a Tellurian lube, or in simple terms, the liquid that Earth, Terra, runs off of. The blood that flows through its proverbial veins. The following excerpt from the book explains that in more detail. The discussion at Hyperstition ultimately developed into what would later be defined as blobjectivity, or the logics of the petropolitical undercurrents. According to a blobjective point of view, petropolitical undercurrents function as narrative loops. They interconnect inconsistencies, anomalies, or what we might simply call the plot holes in narratives of planetary formations and activities. To this extent, petropolitical undercurrents run through terrestrial decoding machines, conspiracies, politics, and Tellurian dynamics. A blobjective view necessarily diverges from the Earth as a whole towards an entirely different entity, an Earth under the process of Earthication. Earthication is a process spread out in at least three directions. One is the leveling of all planetary erections, or idols, or the attainment of a burning immanence with the sun, and the burning core of the Earth. Number two, the immersion of the planetary body in flows and undercurrents, pushing the Earth towards full-fledged sogginess. And number three, a participation with the Earth as a manifest degenerate entity for which wholeness is but a superficial distraction. War on Terror cannot be radically and technically grasped as a machine without consideration of the oil that greases its parts and recomposes its flows. Such consideration must begin with the twilight of hydrocarbon and the very dawn of Earth. Obviously, I know that was a lot to read, a lot to take in, and a lot of fancy words being thrown at you, but essentially, Nagarastani is pointing to the fact that the war machine, the idea of war and fighting over these religious institutions and fighting over all these things, as it relates to the Middle East, goes deeper than just petty boundary battles. He even brings into the fact that somehow the sun and the core of the Earth are connected, because oil comes from very deep in the ground near the core of the Earth. He introduces this concept of a blobjective viewpoint, which, as he said, blobjectivity is just the logistics of the petropolitical state of the world, meaning how oil flows through society and the economy. He promotes these ideas of oil being the lubricant that fuels the war machine of the Earth. And there at the very end of that page, he begins to discuss the Gog-Magog axis, and we'll touch more on that later, but essentially this ties the theory into Abrahamic religions. I love that quote where he says, "The answer is oil." Nagarastani essentially calls the oil system, the pipelines, the export and the import of it, that interconnect the inconsistencies and anomalies of the entire Earth. think of pipelines and oil rigs as the veins and capillaries that drive this so-called heart or core of oil of the earth. Again, I know this sounds kind of outlandish, kind of weird, but stick with me while I read this next page.
If you at any time need to write literally anything for school, there's a tool that is more essential than bringing your bag to.
Nagarastani then goes on to recount Dean Koontz' novel called Phantoms, in which Timothy Flight, a renegade paleontologist, describes in jest the monster or the entity of oil that Nagarastani also thinks about. Quote, in Dean Koontz' novel Phantoms, Timothy Flight, a renegade paleontologist who considers himself a professor of ancient epidemics, is a tabloid writer researching an unmanageable Tellurian sentient being, which he calls the Ancient Enemy, responsible for devouring countless civilizations. The Aztecs and the lost colony at Roanoke, for example. Timothy Flight finds many parallel traits between the Ancient Enemy and the Antichrist. Examining the corpses of the victims, he detects trace amounts of porphyrin, a chemical substance common to blood, plants, and petroleum. The Ancient Enemy, or the Tellurian Antichrist, which persistently looms in the Mesopotamian Dead Seas, or near the oceans, is indeed petroleum, or naft, the Arabic and Farsi word for oil. According to the classic theory of fossil fuels, petroleum was formed as a Tellurian entity under unimaginable pressure and heat in the absence of oxygen and between the strata, in absolute isolation. Petroleum's Hadean formation developed a satanic sentience through the politics of in-between, which inevitably wells up through the god complex deposited in the strata. Petroleum's autonomous line of emergence is twisted beyond recognition. Emerged under such conditions, petroleum possesses tendencies for mass intoxication on pandemic scales. So in that page, Nagarastani calls back to a book that was written in which he believed the biohazardous predator called the Ancient Enemy is very similar to the Antichrist in the way it's described, where it comes emerged under such conditions. Petroleum possesses. So in that, the biohazardous predator called the Ancient Enemy is very similar to the Antichrist in the way it's described, where it comes from, and its characteristics. Nagarastani believes this Ancient Enemy, or the Tellurian Antichrist, to be petroleum, or naft, the Arabic and Farsi words for oil. He calls into question the common belief that oil is created in absolute isolation between unimaginable pressure and heat and the absence of oxygen underneath all the earth. He posits that because of its creation in the core of the earth in this sun-like place, that the oil could develop a god complex as it's deposited into the strata. Just as many monotheistic beliefs in Abrahamic religions liken the god or gods to the sun, the oil could do the same. And since it was created in a place of unimaginable heat and pressure, like the sun, it itself might be so emboldened to call itself God. Emerged under such conditions, petroleum possesses tendencies for mass intoxication on pandemic scales. Throughout this entire work, Nagarastani likens oil, or the Ancient One, almost as some sort of Lovecraftian entity, this being that is self-aware and that knows how to fulfill its own prophecy of destruction and control. A creature that knows how to make itself useful and prop itself up on a pedestal. Really a horrifying thought to even ponder. It's in our cars, it's in our engines, it's in our planes, it's in our technology, it's in our ground. It's at the center of every geopolitical war. It backs our currencies. It is everywhere. It is both the cause of and solution to life and death in many scenarios. Oil has society wrapped around its finger. Down further in Cyclonopedia, Nagarastani takes it a step further, if that's even possible, drawing the mathematical equations and axes between Gog and Magog as they're mentioned in the biblical book of Revelations, and showing how the undercurrent of the petropolitical state and the flow of oil could eventually propel forward this biblical apocalypse. Now, Gog and Magog are mentioned in the biblical book of Revelations, and they're supposed to be this idea of nations fighting this end-time apocalyptic war. And Nagarastani creates these graphs to show X and Y, Gog and Magog, moving towards each other because of the flow of oil. Could humanity, using the petropolitical state of oil, end up causing this Gog and Magog spiritual apocalypse? And if so, will humanity continue to base its evolution into more technology and warfare around the concept of oil? Bloody wars have been fought in the past over this oil, wars in the present as well. Who's to say that it won't be our own undoing in the end? It seems, therefore, that both the techno-capitalist process of desertification of the War on Terror and the radical monotheistic ethos for the desert converge upon oil as an object of production, a pivot of terror, a fuel, a politico-economic lubricant, and an entity whose life is directly connected to the earth. While for Western techno-capitalism, the desert gives rise to the oilness of war machines and the hyperconsumption of capitalism en route to singularity, for jihad, oil is a catalyst to speed the rise of the kingdom, the desert. Thus, for jihad, the desert lies at the end of an oil pipeline. Or, once again, take oil as a lubricant, something that eases narration and the whole dynamism towards the desert. The cartography of oil, as an omnipresent entity, narrates the dynamics of planetary events. Oil is the undercurrent of all the narrations, not only the political, but also the ethics of life on Earth. Oil lubes the whole desert expedition towards the Tellurian Omega, either as the desert god or the host of the singularity of New Earth. As a Tellurian lube, oil simply makes things move forward. Kuntz's Phantoms is key for this movement towards the Tellurian Omega through the superficial gas pipeline, the subterranean oil reserves, and the deeply catonic thingness of petroleum, the blob. To grasp oil as a lube is to grasp Earth as a body of different narrations being moved forward by oil. In a nutshell, oil is a lube for the divergent lines of terrestrial narration. Again, this next page, Nagarastani is nailing home the fact that every single action taken on a planetary scale is lubricated and propelled forward by oil. The last paragraph on this page is also extremely interesting to me. It reads as follows. Kuntz's imagery is really helpful for grasping the thingness of oil, its subterranean cohesion as a singular, anorganic body with its own agendas. And here we finally get Nagarastani talking about the sentience of oil. Quote, assuming here that the blob takes on an increasing function on the journey upriver from gas station to Catonic Reservoir, Bush and bin Laden are obviously petropolitical puppets convulsing along the catonic stirrings of the blob. Collapse all manifest policies and ideologies onto the Tellurian narratives of oil seepage, the concrete war machines chopping up contemporaneity are indubitably very oily. The oil industry is utterly ruinous for independent and non-collective oil producers. But when it comes to oil, they are distanced from each other by different petroleum extraction processes and political agendas. In terms of oil, all they share is poverty and ruination. However, in the case of the Islamic Front, oil has been mutated into a kind of constructive parasite through which economical, military, and political brotherhood emerges. For the Middle Eastern countries, there is a strategic symbiosis between oil as a parasite and monotheism's burning core. Because oil wells up on a, quote, Islamic continent, not a mere geopolitical boundary. Islam has perceived oil as an ultimate Tellurian lubricant, or as a lube of all the narrations on Earth. Once again, these paragraphs are where Nagarastani props up and promotes the ideas that the socio-political systems, specifically in the Middle East, but also worldwide, are controlled and propped up by this oil entity, this blob, this ancient being, this creature formed under fire and smoke, and the pressure of being miles and miles underneath the surface. Does it think it's a god, and are we its servants? There is one last paragraph I would like to read to you before I go to the conclusion of this video. It reads as follows. Quote, an autonomous chemical weapon belonging to Earth as both a sentient entity and event, petroleum poisons capital with absolute madness. A planetary plague bleeding into economies mobilized by the technological singularities of advanced civilizations. In the wake of oil, as an autonomous terrestrial conspirator, capitalism is not a human symptom, but rather a planetary inevitability. Or in other words, capitalism was here even before human existence, waiting for a host.
I have a question.
You can ask me anything.
I think that paragraph sums up the entire book of the Cyclonopedia and Nagarastani's beliefs in this book about oil. Petroleum poisons the capital, which symbolizes the world, into absolute madness. It is a plague that seeps from the dark, grotesque blob heart of the earth, and it bleeds out and seeps into the economies, mobilizing war efforts, causing friction and fractures between civilizations. He calls oil an autonomous terrestrial conspirator that not only promotes capitalism, but created it. Because, in other words, capitalism was here even before human existence, waiting for a host. There is so much more to the Cyclonopedia that I could not possibly fit into a YouTube video, and especially with my just general lack of understanding of a lot of the topics, I wanted to touch just on the theory this video is about. Oil being sentient and humanity serving its interests, and I hope and I think that I got that point across without rambling too much. I will link the book below if you want to purchase it. I 100% recommend reading it. I might do a follow-up video to this if you want to see more geopolitical and oil-related things like this, but I think I've been able to get across what Nagarastani wanted to promote up in the simplest way possible. His work, although theoretical fiction, it really should make you think. Is oil this Lovecraftian being that literally just rules over humanity from the depths of the earth? Is almost every single thing that every single country does related to the production and housing of oil? Quote, as soon as it ignites, it sticks to objects, blurring them, pervading them, but never allowing them to evaporate or reduce to ashes. It keeps them in another form to burn. It is the only incendiary substance that thickens as it flows. Love is incomplete burning. In my scarred, fevered skin, you see a person who belongs to sickness. In your healthy flesh, I see the same. Oil was discovered in Iran, or Persia at the time, back in 1901. And in that last 123 years, think about how much we as a society, we as the earth, has changed and morphed. Human history dates back thousands of years before 1901. However, the advancements that have been made in these last 100 years are so much further beyond the advancements made in the thousands of years before we found oil. Transportation, infrastructure, ideation, society, food, warfare, it is all built on the finding of oil. Crude oil goes into our machines, our computers, our cars, our earth-moving equipment, our planes. Oil is at the root of everything, and Nagarastani explains that in his works, maybe a little too thoroughly. But if oil is this entity, this being that seeks to control, where does it come from? Who put it here, and why does it have this draw to do so? Is it like Nagarastani says, and because of its creation deep in the bowels of the earth, in the hot, sun-like environment, it believes itself to be a god? Or is it because thousands of years ago, aliens crashed here and had oil with them and it seeped into the ground and grew? Or is it more of like an all tomorrows approach, that millennia ago, humanity devolved into this anthropomorphic goo, whether through a punishment or their own hubris, and that oil is now the melted remains of that lost generation? Yes, all of the theories I have discussed are extremely far-fetched, as most of you know, but at the end of the day, we still have to wonder why petroleum, this Tellurian lube, this black gold, this Texas tea, this manna from heaven, is so important. We survived thousands of years before we found it and utilized it. Why is it now the only thing able to bring us into the modern age? Well, not the only thing, but one of the main things. And because of that, and a byproduct of that, will it simultaneously be the downfall of humanity? Will it bring about Gog and Magog? Will we all sink and drown in the Tellurian lube of the world? Oil begets advancement, begets war, begets death, and sin begets sin, begets sin, begets sin. Thank you all for watching until the end of the video. I hope this was cohesive enough to make any sense at all. I really love making videos like this, but it's kind of hard to put these kind of books and theories into an understandable way for a short YouTube video. So I tried my best. If it didn't make any sense, sorry. There is so much more to Cyclonopedia. I 1,000,000,000% recommend you to read the book. It is literally eye-opening and incredible. I just wanted to get across the point that Nagar Dastani touches on, how oil is indeed a sentient entity in a way, and humanity might serve its desires by using it. So again, I hope I made it make sense. If you did enjoy it, please leave a like. I really love making these kind of videos.
In late 2014, an anonymous Russian programmer would launch a website. It was called Instacam.org, and it was a public directory of webcams from all over the world. What you're watching right now is a security camera's live feed. Well, it's somebody's security camera. So is this one. And this. And this. And also this. These feeds that it gathers and showcases could really be about anything and from anywhere. They could show something as mundane as a random road in the middle of nowhere. Someone's front porch. A scenic overlook. A farm. A dog daycare. Inside businesses. Or
all your next video ad needs is one AI video editor on Fiverr.
someone's home. Instacam.org was a website that let you spy on people. It was a directory of over 70,000 cameras from all over the world, and all out in the open, exposed for anyone to see. It wasn't on some hidden corner of the dark web. You didn't have to be some computer expert to access it. It was just a Google search away. And perhaps the most interesting part about all of this is that it was completely legal. Depending on what part of the world you were in, Instacam purposely sat in a legal gray zone. On a site's FAQ section, it writes, "These cameras are not hacked. All cameras listed on the site do not have any password protection." Instacam wasn't directly hacking these cameras or doing something illegal to access them. All that it was actually doing is exposing cameras that were already compromised. It would browse the web, gathering video streams by scanning the internet for unsecured IP cameras, and then organize them in one place so people could browse. All this stuff was already available to the public for anyone with an internet connection to see. Instacam just made it easier. This was the legal loophole that allowed it to exist. And as long as all it did was this, there really wasn't anything anyone could do to stop it. Obviously, the website would amass tons of media attention, controversy, and discourse. After enough public pressure, Instacam would agree to take down cameras which directly violated people's privacy. So the Instacam we have today, as disturbing as it is actually a sanitized version of the original, hosting mostly public-facing cameras. But the fact remained, just because Instacam took those private cams down from their end, it didn't mean that those cameras were not accessible. If anything, Instacam just showed the world how easy it can be and how truly exposed we all are. All those cameras and more were directly connected to the web. All one would have to do is use some sort of aggregation website and you can re-access them again. Any camera which is connected to the internet and which either has no password protection or was just using its default password, is basically accessible for anyone to view. Thousands of homes of people who have no idea their private lives were being broadcasted to millions of people all over the internet. And even though Instacam took those cameras down, all over the internet. And even though Instacam took those cameras down, that never meant that they were still inaccessible. Now, I'm not going to show you how you can do this, but it really did not take much for me to be able to gain direct access to all these cameras. Cameras in people's homes, in living rooms, bedrooms, cameras in offices, in hospitals, in elderly homes and daycares. And again, all this is completely legal. These websites are called aggregation sites. They essentially work like Google, Bing, or Yandex. Like any other internet search engine which sends crawlers to find websites, these sites send crawlers to find devices. Now, because of this basic vulnerability, there has been numerous instances of breaches of privacy just like this. From lighthearted trolling to some deeply disturbing cases. In a world of always connected technology, basic privacy is no longer guaranteed. We are watched by algorithms, devices, cameras, and sometimes people from across a screen. We are no strangers to the dark and disturbing things that lurk in the deepest corners of the World Wide Web. Throughout the last few years, we've explored plenty of them. Some are infamous. They transform into internet folklore. Some are completely obscure, buried so deep you could only stumble upon them by complete accident. And some are true anomalies, so strange and unsettling that they feel as if they were better off left undiscovered.
Have you used social media between the ages of 8 and 18 and now you're dealing with anxiety, depression, or...
Vera Koreteva is one of those anomalies. Created on February 15, 2018, it began uploading content in March of that same year and remained active until late 2019. In that short span, the channel would upload roughly 1,400 videos, an astonishing volume of content that initially went completely unnoticed. But it wasn't the number of videos uploaded that got people's attention, but the content within these videos, which almost all appeared to be secret recordings from inside a private home. A cramped Russian apartment, while the people inside seemed to be completely unaware. The channel almost exclusively focuses on a middle-aged woman who lives here, on filming her in her private room, filming the people she hangs out with, the activities they do together, and the general comings and goings of everyone in this house. There are around 7 cameras that I could count. Cam 1 is of this woman's bedroom, and it's what the majority of the videos seem to be from. Camera 2 is of the entrance of the apartment. Camera 3 is of the backyard of the building. Camera 4 is of the kitchen. Camera 5 is of the outside stairs. Camera 6 is of the entrance hallway. And camera 7, which seems to be of a man in his bedroom, whom we'll come to know as the person behind this channel. Why does this exist? Who is Vera Kurateva? And just what the absolute hell have we just stumbled into? From sifting through the many videos, the cryptid titles, and borderline gibberish descriptions, it seems like the man behind this channel is someone by the name of Peter Shepkin, who, from at least what I can see, is clearly dealing with some sort of mental illness, as he is completely nonsensical and irrational with the things he says. And it seems like this man's current obsession has to do with the people living in his home. Specifically, this woman, whom we'll come to know as Elena, who appears to be bedridden and who he suspects is up to no good. Multiple analysis and translated descriptions roughly suggest that Elena and her guests have no idea they were on camera. For example, Peter frequently uploads videos of Elena socializing at home with various acquaintances. There are no instances where anyone looks into the camera, tries to cover or avoid it, or remarks about being filmed. Their casual demeanor implies they felt as if in private. As more people dug into Peter's business, it became clear that this channel wasn't an isolated account either. Peter appears to have operated multiple YouTube channels over the years, some filled with hundreds more uploads of the same type of content. Others are more personalized and branch out into his personal grievances and rants. The content on Peter's other channels would shed more light on his psyche and circumstances. For example, on one very early video uploaded in 2013 shows Peter filming a local government building and angrily critiquing its wheelchair ramp, saying a person in a wheelchair would never be able to use it. He identifies the building as the administration of the Verkhodansky district, which is a poor rural district in the Rostov region of southwest Russia. This indicates two things. Peter himself is dealing with some form of disability, and he had lived in or had dealings in the Rostov area, suggesting that's where the infamous apartment is located. Investigators also suggested that Peter may have been a widower, and that Vera Kurateva could have been his late wife's name. And because we know that Elena's full name is Elena Kurateva, it would make Elena his stepdaughter. If that's true, it adds another layer to this story. The loss of his wife could have been a triggering event that accelerated his mental decline. The grief of losing a loved one, combined with Peter's own disabilities and the chaos of his living situation, might have created a perfect storm that birthed one of the most intriguing internet rabbit holes. Still though, for years, Elena and the others in that apartment were filmed in private moments and had their lives posted online without consent. And while it would be at least the right thing to do to locate the building and alert Elena, so far that task has proven difficult. Pinpointing the exact location from this chaotic footage is challenging. And, at least for now, it seems like Peter has stopped uploading, at least on the channels that we know of. It's all very tragic, and it's all exposed for us to see. To watch people who clearly need help more than they need internet attention. But as strange and tragic as the Vera Kurateva mystery is, it really is just one drop into the bottomless pit of disturbing internet cases. On a cold, snowy Tokyo morning in January of 1998, Tomoaki Hamatsu, a 22-year-old struggling comedian from Fukushima, attended an audition for a game show hoping for a breakout opportunity. Among 20 other up-and-coming comedians, he was picked at random. Immediately after winning, producers blindfolded him, placed noise-canceling headphones on him, and drove him to a secret location. When the blindfold came off, Tomoaki found himself in a barren one-room apartment containing only a table, blank postcards, pens, a telephone, a radio, a cushion, a stovetop, a small bathroom, and stacks of magazines. The producers instructed him to strip naked. Only after undressing was the challenge explained to him. He had to survive solely by winning mail-in sweepstakes, accumulating a price of over 1 million yen, which is around 8,000 USD, including food, clothing, and other necessities. Faced with his new reality and seeing this as his only chance to achieve some success in his career, Tomoaki would accept a challenge. The door would shut, and a nightmare would begin. In the first few days in isolation, he settled into his naked existence, initially thinking this footage would be compiled into an episodic TV special, not realizing that he was actually being recorded 24/7. Right away, the reality of deprivation would set in. For the first few weeks, Tomoaki mailed off hundreds of contest postcards, yet the only thing he won in that time are some packets of jelly.
Itadakimasu.
And while he could have left the apartment at any time, he feared doing so would cost him his career. In later interviews, he would comment,
静かなプレッシャーを感じていました。相田はとても有名なテレビプロデューサーだったので、将来この業界でやっていくことを考えると逆らわない方がいいと思っていました。当時は自分の名前を売ろうと必死だったんです。
With his survival and career on the line, Tomoaki spent every waking hour of each day combing through magazines and filling out roughly 1,400 postcard entries weekly. While he toiled in solitude, the showrunners began airing short weekly segments about 10 minutes each every Sunday that would air under the name Nasubi's Prize Life. This would eventually turn into a live stream broadcast that aired 24/7 on their website, allowing people to watch Tomoaki's tortured existence at any time and from anywhere. This ordeal would turn into one of the earliest continuous reality live streams. Millions tuned in to watch this human zoo exhibit. He became the unwitting protagonist of a national spectacle, a real-life Truman Show.
Still staying up late gaming solo? With Hacko AI, get the ultimate companion for your play.
Slowly but surely, he begins winning prizes. First, a bag of rice, which was great news for him, until he realized he had no pot or pan to cook it in. He then won some bottled drinks, movie tickets, which were useless to him, and even a bicycle. And while not everything he won was useful, the price tag on each item still added to the 1 million yen goal. Beyond the occasional noises from the outside and the visits of the delivery person, Tomoaki had no social contact or entertainment. He couldn't listen to the radio or use a telephone for anything but contest notifications. Though in that time, he had won things that helped him cope with his situation. Early on, he won a TV, but the TV had no antenna or cable, so it just showed static. Later, he would win a PlayStation and a train simulator game which came with its own special controller. Tomoaki would play that game for 3 days straight without sleeping, being his only form of stimulation. After those 3 days, he decided to stop playing and focus solely on his task to finish the challenge as soon as possible. Tomoaki would be in that room for a total of 335 days, living solely off sweepstakes. An entire year of mental and physical torture. When Tomoaki finally reached the 1 million yen goal, he was woken up in the middle of the night, blindfolded, and flown out to Korea. When he got there, he was told that this was his price, a trip. After a year of being naked, he felt strange wearing clothes again. He felt itchy and sweaty, and began preferring being nude, a sign of how profoundly his norms had shifted. This was also his first time being outside in an entire year. But after that day, Tomoaki found himself transported again, blindfolded, and finding himself in another room. They had recreated his little apartment, complete with magazines, postcards, exactly how he left it. This Korea trip was nothing but a cruel fake-out. The TV network was making too much money from the program, and they didn't want it to end. They wanted Tomoaki to do the entire challenge all over again, but this time, make it even harder by setting it in Korea, a place he knows nothing about and doesn't even speak the language of. Tomoaki at this point was being fully taken advantage of by the network. In April 1999, after a year and a half of torment, Tomoaki finally returns home. But before finally letting him go, the producers prepared one final trick. He is blindfolded again, not told where he's going, and led into another small room. Tomoaki opens his eyes and figures that the challenge was still going, so instinctively, he begins undressing. But at that very instant, the walls of the room would fall out. Tomoaki finds himself in front of a live audience of about 1,000 people. He is told the truth that he had been live streamed for the last year and a half to millions of people, that he had finally won, and that the torture is finally over. His reaction wasn't one of joy, but confusion, embarrassment, and complete shock. This was his prize. The immediate aftermath was not easy. Having been isolated for so long, Tomoaki struggled to reintegrate into normal society. The simplest things felt alien. He found that wearing clothes again regularly was almost unbearable. He had hardly spoken to anyone for over a year, so holding a basic conversation felt challenging, and he would sometimes lapse into awkward silence. For a time, he even had difficulty with language. He had gotten so used to just talking to himself that talking to a real person felt surreal and strange. These were classic symptoms of long-term solitary confinement and sensory deprivation. Even decades on, this left him with a lasting sense of betrayal and paranoia. He described feeling a kind of fear, a fear of people. When he learned how the audience laughed at his hardship, the idea that millions found comedy in what to him were moments of desperation, Tomoaki was left deeply scarred for years to come. The concept of live streaming and broadcasting one's life over the internet has been completely normalized in today's world, and Tomoaki was one of the earliest to prove that the line between one's life and another person's entertainment could be blurred. But even though this idea was groundbreaking during that time, Tomoaki wasn't the first to have his entire life broadcasted this way, nor will he be the last.
Looked like you wanted to take a swing at me over that flap check. Isn't that how you got bounced out of the Air Force?
I'd seen you.
Our next guest is the creator of the very popular Jenny Cam website, which televises the life inside her apartment 24 hours a day, live on the internet. Please welcome Jenny Cam's own Jenny.
JennyCam.org was a live casting website created by a 19-year-old college student named Jennifer Ringley in 1996, who would turn her webcam to a window into her life. She lived on camera, studied, slept, socialized, and built relationships entirely online. And while live camera footage wasn't possible back then, her webcam would take screenshots and update the website every few seconds, making her the first vlogger, live streamer, and cam girl all in one. Back then, this was called live casting. And Jenny truly showed it all. Having been raised as a nudist by her family, she had no problem broadcasting even her most private moments. At her peak, her site had millions of visitors every day, and eventually would evolve and develop to be a complete encyclopedia on her life. It became her diary, a place where she not only shared her life, but also the people around her, the things she loved, and the problems she faced. Jennifer basically invented the concept of online voyeurism, the ability to peek into a person's personal life. The idea that we could be a fly on the wall, watching someone in their most intimate moments. JennyCam ran from 1996 to 2003 before it shut down for good. Part of it was personal burnout and the weight of maintaining a life under constant attention. But while all this was taking place, on the other side of the world, a disturbing, twisted version was taking shape. On October 2011, users on 4chan's paranormal board would be sharing interesting webcams they had found on a thread dedicated to finding unsecured cameras, titled Official Unsecured Webcam Thread. Among the many replies, a user would send this. Some chick with her legs on her chair and text everywhere. I think she's dead. The website was streaming from a camera showing the interior of a cluttered apartment, and most strikingly, a young woman contorted in an odd sleeping position on a chair. She was so motionless that at first, some thought they discovered a dead body on camera. Eventually, the woman would move, revealing she was alive. The signs all around her were written in Korean, so initially the users had no idea what this was all about, and just what they had stumbled into. This mysterious woman quickly became an object of obsessive discussion on the forum. In those initial days, she would be nicknamed Chip-chan by the community. As users continued to watch her live feed, more unsettling details emerged. Chip-chan appeared to keep irregular hours, often sleeping at odd times of the day for extreme durations, sometimes 18 to 20 hours. She would contort herself into uncomfortable positions, sleeping sitting upright in a chair or even crumbled on the floor, and would rarely leave the camera's view except to briefly eat or use bathroom. This behavior immediately sparked wild speculation on the forums. Was this woman drugged? Was she sick? Was she being held prisoner? Or was she sedated? It wouldn't take long before people began translating her signs and finding more info on her, like a blog that was discovered and then eventually a YouTube channel. And after many days of investigative work, a more complete image began to form. It became clear that Chip Chan was not an unwitting captive of a hidden camera. She had intentionally set up cameras and was broadcasting herself, something which she claims she's been doing since at least 1999, presumably as a cry for help or a means to expose what she believed was happening to her. Chip Chan was a South Korean woman who's convinced she's a victim of a criminal conspiracy orchestrated by a man she calls P, allegedly a corrupt South Korean police officer. According to her, P implanted a microchip somewhere in her body without her consent. This mind-controlled chip, as she calls it, is, in her belief, a sophisticated device that allows P to monitor and control her. She alleges that P can even remotely force her into unconsciousness at will, hence her abnormally long and deep sleep episodes, and even be able to hear what she does or read her thoughts. Because of this, and for fear for her life, Chip Chan would begin live streaming herself 24/7 over the internet, rarely deviating from her routine. She would set up multiple angles in her tiny apartment, turning it into her safe sanctuary that protected her from P. As to why this was happening, Chip Chan claims that her parents died and left her with a large inheritance, which P is after. She notes that she survives on that money, spending it minimally on food and utilities. If true, it might at least explain how Chip Chan can afford to live like this for so many years without a job. Multiple attempts would be made by the larger internet community which had formed throughout the years to contact her, to try and get her help, and to try to understand her better. But their attempts were futile, and the case of Chip Chan would remain an enduring enigma for many years to come. In recent years, discourse around Chip Chan had largely faded from mainstream discussion. Since 2020, she had at least stopped the constant 24/7 live streams, which is an improvement. But her efforts had just moved to her YouTube channel and blog instead, as she is still active there. This time, she seems to be outside more often at least, constantly filming the police and claiming they're stalking her. Chip Chan was the internet's first introduction into the bizarre world of targeted individuals. Targeted individuals are self-identified people who believe they are victims of constant monitoring, harassment, and coordinated stalking by a diffused network of perpetrators. In Suspicious Minds by Dr. Joe Gold and Ian Gold, they argue that delusions do not appear out of nowhere. The illness might be biological, but the story it tells is often built out of whatever a culture has lying around. In the early 2000s, Dr. Joe Gold began seeing patients with what he and his brother later called the Truman Show delusion. People convinced their lives were being filmed and broadcasted for an audience, with their friends and family reduced to actors following a script. Of course, the interesting part here is that this new specific form of delusion increased in patients only after the movie released in 1998. We dove a bit into this world of targeted individuals and gang stalking in my disturbing internet rabbit holes, in which I covered certain online communities like r/gangstalking. We went over the many stories, experiences, and concepts around the gang stalking world. We went over how online communities offer a supportive context for shared experience and become audience feedback loops that can stabilize the belief system and make it feel collectively validated. Within these communities, self-surveillance can be seen as counter-surveillance. If you believe you're being monitored, turning the camera on yourself can feel like documenting or building proof of your harassment and stalking, which is what we see in so many of these cases within the targeted individual communities, and especially to an extreme level with Chip Chan. While Chip Chan is one of the oldest internet rabbit holes, it remains till this day one of his darkest, because it's a cautionary tale about the limits of the internet and the invisible walls of mental illness. It's a brutal reminder that not all mysteries have a neat resolution. Some just fade out and stay unresolved. On January 20th, 2016, locals living on Van Ness Avenue in Fresno, California, alerted authorities about a house that's on fire. Firefighters arrived to find the home heavily secured, including a locked gate that prevented normal entry. They forced their way in to begin a rapid search for the interior. Inside the house, they found an adult male in the kitchen. He was unconscious and bleeding from several stab wounds. He was removed from the house and transported to the hospital, where he was later pronounced dead. The man was identified as 51-year-old John Lang. Investigators immediately classified the death as suspicious and stated they believed the fire had been intentionally set. What they didn't know at the time was that John seemingly predicted his own murder days before it happened. 6 days before his death, on January 14 at 12:48 a.m., John Lang would post this on his Facebook page. Just wanted to give you guys a heads up. If anything happens to me in the next day or two, it will be the result of Fresno PD. My neighbor and an employee on my job payless brakes and tires on Blackstone. A day later, he would make another post at 7:33 p.m., reaching out to a local reporter. Corin, you want some news? Corrupt Fresno cops are going to try and kill me this weekend, possibly tonight. This is no joke. Please follow up on my story regardless of what happens or what version the cops and the Fresno Bee come up with. He would leave a link to his blog and a YouTube channel. On his website, he writes about an ongoing conspiracy about the Fresno Police Department, conspiring to frame him for crimes he did not commit. He believes the police have turned his neighbor and co-workers against him by spreading false accusations, that they surveil him and illegally enter his home. He says the harassment began after he criticized local government and police practices. He concludes it with this letter I have for certain signed my death warrant with Fresno law enforcement. Clicking on the YouTube channel link, we find a series of short security camera footage with titles like Fresno law enforcement harassment, Ford crew cab that stalked me at my residence numerous times, Fresno law enforcement conditioning my dog and neighbor's dog at 11:30 p.m., Fresno PD harassment and intimidation after filing internal affairs complaint with Fresno PD. Now, for anyone who's looking at this from the outside, from the titles to his blog, it seems like John Lang's story strongly parallels those of many self-described targeted individuals, similar to Chip Chan. But here's what makes this specific story different from the rest. Because while most of these videos on his channel seem to be recording either nothing happening or just normal activity, a good amount of these are actually, and surprisingly, extremely suspicious. In some of them, vehicles drive by fast, stop around his house, and then drive off again. Strange vans that seem to be recording his house that hide themselves after being spotted. More people coming late at night and standing around his front gate. Fresno PD parking their cars across the street late at night. Fresno police cars stopping and driving off next to his house. John Lang claims that all this is being done on purpose to harass him, surveil him, and potentially frame him for a crime he did not commit. He then posts this with a link to his last and final video. If I turn up missing or dead tomorrow, remember this van. I think I've seen a couple of guys sneak out the side door and into the building when it was parked in the carport this morning. I've been causing the city of Fresno a lot of problems recently, which I now regret. Then he posts, anyone want to crash on my pad tonight? Must be a legal gun owner. I think the bad guys may come and get me tonight. This would be his last Facebook post. Was John Lang onto something? Was he actually being harassed, surveilled, and potentially silenced because he knew something? And as crazy as it sounds, did Fresno PD actually kill John Lang? The Fresno Police Department is well known for corruption and for being involved in real controversies that echo parts of Lang's story. For instance, in 2015, the year before John Lang's death, Fresno's deputy police chief was arrested in a federal drug trafficking sting, which was a huge scandal. Fresno PD was also an early adopter of an intelligence program called Beware that mined data on citizens to assign threat scores, something which privacy advocates criticized heavily. It was also noted that Fresno police had a pattern of aggressively targeting outspoken activists. Over the next 2 months, forensic investigators and coroner's office analyzed the evidence to determine what actually happened. The autopsy and the fire investigation yielded several crucial findings. The official cause of death was smoke inhalation. The autopsy found high levels of carbon monoxide in Lang's blood, indicating he was alive and breathing during the fire. Lang had 3 stab wounds on his chest. They were described as superficial and self-inflicted. Notably though, there were no stab wounds on his back, contrary to the initial reports by the police at scene, which is odd. The fire was confirmed to be intentionally set inside the house, though details on ignition were not publicly released.
All your next video ad needs is one AI video editor on Fiverr. And what you
The police believed Lang himself set the fire, and the fact that the doors were barricaded from within supports this. Of course, many were naturally distrustful of the official story. It seemed unbelievable for someone to stab themselves and then set a fire, especially after everything we've learned. This caused many to theorize and create their own conclusions on what went down that day. The most popular theory is that Lang, just like he predicted, was indeed murdered by corrupt members of Fresno law enforcement, and the scene was staged to look self-inflicted, and that the initial findings of there being no struggle and wounds being consistent with self-infliction were only cover-ups. Additionally, the thing with the previously reported wounds on his back, which was later brushed off as just a misreport, was also seen as more credence to this theory. The second theory, that instead of an assassination, Lang was someone who was being harassed and surveilled until he broke and ended up taking his own life. The entries on his blog and the videos would support this theory. The issue here is that it's difficult to prove either way. We can take his word for it, and there's certainly enough quote unquote evidence here to support something happening. But it just isn't enough. A lot of the footage that we have could be interpreted as coincidental or misread. There's some videos in here where the police are in the area but seems to be there for other reasons. Like in this one where they appear to be raiding one of Lang's neighbors. We don't know what the reasons are, but this at least could explain why the police seem to be in the area a lot. The other things caught on camera are harder to sweep under the rug, but they too could have completely logical explanations. We are, at the end of the day, only working with a limited amount of information. Most of it is coming from Lang himself, who might be an unreliable source. And the third theory, which is the most likely in my opinion, is that Lang was a victim of his own mental illness, that he experienced a genuine and escalating paranoia and ultimately took his own life. Now, I can't prove or disprove any of these theories, from the strange footage to the weird conflicting autopsy reports to the well-documented scandals of Fresno PD. It's all just too strange. And that's what makes John Lang's case stranger than most. Was John Lang the first real documented targeted individual, or was he just another victim of his own mind's creation? I'll let you decide that for yourself. I hope you've enjoyed your stay, and I'll see you very soon.
For a 30-year-old man to be using a 14-year-old lawnmower. It's hard to speculate with how limited the details are here, but you could possibly surmise some potential conflict between David and his spouse. By all accounts, Luna was a normal 12-year-old girl. She enjoyed trying out different hairstyles and painting different creative designs on her nails. She also enjoyed using social media. And in fact, her best friend was one that she had met online. As time went on, Luna became more and more infatuated with this friend, to the point where her mother began to get a little concerned. She decided to look through her daughter's phone just to make sure nothing out of the ordinary was happening, which is when she discovered that this friend was not another girl. No, it was a man, a 61-year-old named Earl Crumb. The mom looks through Earl's profile and discovers all manner of shocking things like CSA material and gore. She messages the man and tells him to leave her daughter alone, which prompts him to delete his profile entirely. Luna's mother, though, being as savvy as she is, managed to take screenshots of Earl's messages before he vanished, and she even tracked him down on a few other social media sites, which gave the cops the information they needed to find and arrest him. Upon searching his devices, police would find evidence that Earl may have been planning something horrible, considering his search history was littered with queries about beheading women. We don't know exactly what happened to Crumbs after his arrest, but we do know that he was denied bail. This situation is unfortunately not new. As long as the internet has been around, predators have been using it to try to connect with potential victims. But what is notable about this particular case is the social media platform Earl had used to contact his victim. It wasn't Kik or Telegram or some to catch a predator chat room. No, it was Pinterest. For those of you who aren't familiar with the platform, this might be a little surprising to hear. After all, Pinterest is a site for categorizing and saving photos, not exactly where you would expect an internet predator to be hunting for victims. But in fact, Earl Crumbs was not the only criminal using the website in this manner. Around the time of his arrest, many articles were popping up describing similar cases. This would prompt Jesslyn Cook, a Canadian journalist working for NBC, to conduct an in-depth investigation into what exactly was happening on Pinterest in 2023. And what she found was shocking. Pinterest wasn't just curating images of fashion ideas, hairstyles, and interior decorating. It was also curating photos of young girls. There was a side of Pinterest that was solely dedicated to serving up these suggestive images of minors to whoever wanted to see them. Sometimes they were posted by creepy men, but more often than not, the kids depicted in the photos were the ones who were posting them. And since Pinterest has a private messaging feature, for some reason, predators could easily shop around for victims using this platform. All they had to do was scroll through their For You page, find a selfie that caught their eye, and message the minor who posted it. This NBC article would create a huge stir, and American lawmakers would actually start a congressional inquiry into the issue mere days after it was posted. They demanded answers from the self-described last positive place on the internet. Pinterest would respond by overhauling their privacy and security systems, and they'd release new child safety features that they said would fix this problem once and for all. After that, things went quiet. From an outside perspective, it might even seem like the issue was addressed, as there was never any legal action taken against Pinterest. But is that actually the case? That's what I wanted to find out today. I decided to make my own account on Pinterest to see if there still is a seedy underbelly to this platform. And not to spoil things too much, but there very much is. We're going to be going to some pretty dark places today, so if you feel uncomfortable hearing about CSA, maybe consider watching one of my other videos. My last upload is quite a bit less unnerving than this one. Today's story is one of parental negligence, the failures of internet algorithms, and people acting straight up evil. So join me as we dive into the truly depraved side of Pinterest. Signing up was a simple and unremarkable process. After that was done, I was shown a homepage of random images that matched the so-called interests I had chosen during the onboarding process. I could then choose one of these images and save them to my profile, or I could create a board for a certain topic and instead save images there. This was the basic idea behind Pinterest when it first launched in 2010. It offered internet users a convenient way to save and categorize different photos. It's almost like Google Images with a few basic social media features sprinkled on top. Most people on Pinterest are using the platform to find inspiration for fashion, crafting, interior decorating, any project that can be aided by having a visual reference. It's clear the formula worked, as only 1 year after it launched, Pinterest had already entered into the top 10 most visited social media platforms, boasting an insane 11 million visitors a week. If you're wondering how an image categorization website could be so successful, it's because of one thing: the algorithm. Pinterest's algorithm is really good. The content it curates for you is the lifeblood of the platform. People visit the website specifically to find images that visually match a certain theme. And as a result, the company has poured a ton of money into an automated system that can visually understand photos to serve up the end user with exactly what they're looking for. Want to see what a red birthday party looks like? The results you're going to get on Pinterest are much better than Google Images. And clicking on any of these photos will bring you to a recommendation page with visually similar looking pictures that expand on the concept of the photo you were just looking at. In terms of finding visual inspiration for literally anything, Pinterest is pretty much the perfect place. But that same algorithm is good for other things as well. I didn't just want to use Pinterest normally. The whole reason I made this account was to see the seedy side of the platform. Getting there is actually pretty easy. You just need to search for the right thing. You can't be too brazen though, you have to use certain code words and phrases. I'm obviously not going to show you exactly what you need to type in because I don't want this video to be an instruction guide, but it's not terribly hard to figure out. Once you make the right search query, the app will suddenly change. The images or recipes and purses are now suddenly replaced with photos of kids, whom I would estimate to be between the ages of 7 and 16. I'm obviously not going to show you these images, but they're actually nothing illegal. When considering any of these pictures in isolation, they're actually quite innocent. The sorts of photos you would expect children to take when imitating the influencers they obviously look up to. When grouped together in a feed like this, the commonalities between these images reveal the unsettling motives of the people who are normally lurking on this side of Pinterest. Not only does the platform readily serve you up all these photos, but they also give you other code words in the form of suggested searches to help you dive deeper into this depraved and immoral slice of the internet. Again, I'm not going to show you these, but I would say they're the sorts of suggestions you would see popping up when typing in a search on an adult website. While most of these photos seem to be uploaded by the kids who took them, some of them are not, and this is where things get even worse. I would say there's actually no difference between the content uploaded by the kids themselves and whatever sicko is deciding to mirror it to their own profile. But there is one extra cherry on top of the cake of shit here, and that's the external site link that's often attached to the images that weren't put up by children. This is something you can do on Pinterest. Maybe you run a recipe website and you want to advertise it by pinning photos of the final dish and attaching a link to each recipe. It just adds an easy path for people and businesses to contribute content to Pinterest while at the same time advertising something for themselves. But this too can be used in a devious way. The links on these photos of children almost always seem to lead to a Google Sites link. I found probably 5 or 6 of them in the 20 minutes I spent looking through the site of Pinterest. And on those Google Sites is what appears to be actual CP. Or at least what's suggested to be downlinks to CP with very suggestive but not fully explicit covers. My instincts tell me that these are likely just ransomware scams, but I didn't look any closer to verify that. I just immediately reported all these sites to Google. You know, I tend to trudge through some pretty dark places on the internet for this channel, but I think this is the first time I ever felt like I just straight up couldn't capture any sort of screenshots or screen recordings for a particular situation. I've censored gore, I've censored adult content for this channel, but this is on a different level. And this is only after mere minutes of using this platform. After browsing around for a few minutes, your Pinterest app will be completely different. Every nook and cranny that has any sort of suggested content is now filled with pictures of young girls. It's clear Pinterest tailors itself very efficiently to the interests of the person using it, no matter what those interests might be. The algorithm might even think that the person making these searches is just another 13-year-old girl. But if we look at the engagements on the selfies these kids are uploading, you'll see that's unfortunately very rarely the case. For one thing, these photos all have tons of likes. A selfie uploaded by an 8-year-old girl shouldn't have 1,000 likes from strangers, but that seems to be very common on Pinterest for some reason. If we click on these kids' profiles, you'll see many of them have large followings and often have hundreds of thousands, if not millions of monthly page views. I wonder if the parents of these children know that their daughters have become niche internet celebrities. But hang on, Farrell, some of you might be thinking, what if these photos and accounts are just being interacted with by other children? What if this whole side of Pinterest is only filled with kids and not weirdos? Well, that would be great if it was true, but it's unfortunately not. Opening the comments on these photos reveals who's liking them, and it's not other kids. It's almost always a man who has something gross and inappropriate to say to these young children. For example, on this innocent picture of a little girl doing the splits, the first comment is a cropped photo of the commenter's member. Let me introduce you to James Touchstone. He has more than 700 followers, which makes sense considering how actively he uses Pinterest. He has many different interests, including antique tools, dog harnesses, and cheese making. He also apparently likes little girls, as he commented on a 14-year-old selfie, shooting something over this. There's also Mike, whom we actually get a photo of, one that suggests he's into hunting. He also appears to be into delicious-looking burritos as well. He also is very much into this 13-year-old girl, judging on the fact that he called her pretty and asked if he could be her friend. The comment above Mike simply says, "Slip in the open window." One common trend you'll notice on the accounts of these creepy men is the way they save the photos they enjoy to their own boards, as if they're keeping them for later. James Candela is one guy who does this. His board is called Places to Visit, but oddly enough features no places at all, only photos of young children. He would go on to comment on a photo of a preteen girl saying, "Love your thighs." The most famous man commenting and saving photos of children on Pinterest, however, has to be Daniel Larson, which is a name I never thought I would ever bring up on this channel. If you're not familiar, he's a controversial internet figure somewhere along the lines of World of T-shirts, but much more unhinged. He blew up on TikTok a few years ago because people found him funny, and he would increase his popularity only by intensifying the sort of antics and meltdowns he would present to his audience, which would eventually lead to him being institutionalized after making multiple bomb threats in a now infamous video.
Bomb you! Bomb you! Bomb you! Bomb you!
One notable feature of Daniel was his obsession with Grace VanderWaal, a then underage musician. People saw this as a sign that Larson may hold some perverse desires, and indeed he would admit to it after his Pinterest account was discovered. No archives of it exist, but it likely resembled the sorts of accounts you see commenting on these photos. It apparently had hundreds of saved pins with several different boards dedicated to sorting and categorizing the different types of photos of young girls. There's one aspect of Pinterest that makes this problem a whole lot worse, and that's the fact that you can privately message other users. This one simple feature turns a voyeur problem into a predator problem. Bad actors can just simply log on to Pinterest, have the algorithm serve them up endless photos of young girls, and then they can privately talk to them, which is exactly what happened in the case we talked about in the intro of this video. But hang on, there's an aspect to this story that we haven't explored yet. Just, why are there so many kids using Pinterest? Isn't it a little strange that there's such a large amount of actual children using this platform? Why are kids posting selfies to a mood board app in the first place? The answer is actually fairly simple. You see, parents don't want their young kids using Instagram or Twitter or any other social media platform. It's an understandable position. I wouldn't want my children using social media either. But kids are kids and they want to be on the internet just like everyone else does. So some parents will compromise and let their little ones use certain platforms that they deem as more safe, like Pinterest. After all, Pinterest is all about creative planning and crafts and fashion. It's a very positive place. What sort of danger could kids possibly face by using Pinterest of all websites? That's what one mother in Alabama thought back in late 2022. She had put many restrictions on her daughter's phone, who wasn't allowed to text or call strangers at all. She also didn't let her use any sort of social media. But when her daughter asked about downloading Pinterest, she didn't think it would be a problem.
She cannot communicate by text or phone with anybody except I put in her address book. No one can text her, no one can call her, and she can't text out. She can't control who's in her address book.
After downloading the app, the mother would notice her daughter staying up late into the night while messaging people on Pinterest, a feature of the platform that she wasn't even aware of. She looked through her daughter's message threads and was shocked to see that she had been communicating with a predator. Obviously, she deleted the Pinterest app off her daughter's phone, but just the next day, she would catch her logging back onto the platform using her school's Chromebook. This is the crux of the problem. Parents think Pinterest is some safe and positive place, at least safe enough for children to be using. But they're not aware of the full feature set that Pinterest offers, like being able to post your own photos and privately messaging other users. They're also clearly not aware that their kids are signing up for public accounts which are broadcasting their photos to whomever may be interested in seeing them. Sometimes that just means other kids, but more often than not, the people interested end up being men with bad intentions. You can definitely put a lot of blame on parental negligence here. For one thing, kids' accounts on Pinterest are actually pretty locked down. You can't message a child account and you can't comment on photos posted by children either, meaning these kids are signing up for adult accounts without their parents knowing about it. In fact, if you're under 16, your profile can only be set to private, meaning nobody can see the content you post. And if you're under 13, you're not allowed to be on the platform, period. Parents shouldn't be blindly letting their kids use any social media platform no matter how safe they think it is. Children are never going to monitor themselves, and you can't expect the people who run the platform to be keeping your kids safe either. Which brings up another important problem. Pinterest obviously doesn't want predators on their platform. It's bad for business. But make no mistake, they do want as many kids as possible to use their website. According to this recent article in Vogue, when current Pinterest CEO Bill Ready joined the company in 2022, he had the tough task of turning around what was at the time a failing social media company. His solution was simple: win over Gen Z. They began changing the platform to be more aimed towards younger people. Implementing all these new restrictions on teen accounts was part of this big transition. It was all in an effort to accommodate a blossoming new market of young people. They would also overhaul the algorithm to reward positive and uplifting content, which is in contrast to other platforms that simply reward engagement regardless of the emotion that's behind it. This positioned Pinterest as a sort of positive alternative to Instagram and TikTok, which made it very attractive to teens, who now account for almost half of the overall user base of the site. So yes, Pinterest by all means would like as many kids as possible to use their platform, or at least teenagers. They've specifically modeled their website to be attractive to younger people, which is something many parents might not be aware of. They likely remember Pinterest as it was years ago, not the platform it's turned into today. Pinterest obviously would prefer that kids sign up for their website using their actual age, but they don't do anything to stop them from signing up for adult accounts either. I mean, there's not really a whole lot they can do, but I'm sure in the age of AI, there must be some machine learning solution that can detect when a kid is repeatedly posting selfies of themselves from an adult account. I have no doubt they could also put more effort into stuffing out these gross niches their algorithm is serving up to sickos. I mean, these suggested searches are actually vile and not something I've ever seen on another social media platform. Clearly, there's a level of negligence happening on Pinterest's part which just kind of makes it seem like predators are not much of a business source from their perspective. At least not since 2023 when the last stir was made about it. If people started shouting about it more, maybe they'll actually do something about the problem. Unfortunately, the best way to protect children from these sickos in this case is to just keep them off of Pinterest. Or at least make sure they've signed up to the platform using their actual age. If you don't feel comfortable with your kid using Instagram or TikTok, then you probably shouldn't feel comfortable with them using any sort of social media platform, no matter how innocent it may seem. As for Pinterest's responsibility, it's some Okay, I gotta chime in here for a second. I was about to tell you all how Pinterest is like this huge publicly traded company and they mostly care about money at the end of the day. For them to change, there actually needs to be pressure to make them change. That is true, but something interesting has happened that's kind of thrown a wrench into that whole theory. So for context, when I make a video, I typically have two documents associated with it. The first document contains a script, and the second document is just kind of like notes. I'll put the script outline there, and I'll also put a bunch of links that I reference in the video. For this video, those links were all Pinterest links, and it had like 30 to 40 of them. Now, I'm pretty loosey-goosey when I'm putting those links in a document. You know, when I'm doing research and I'm writing, I don't really like to lose momentum by keeping my notes so organized. So before I edit a video, I'll go back and actually label all the links and I'll categorize them. I'll just kind of go through them and clean them up to make things a little more efficient when I'm editing. When I was doing that for this video, I noticed something very interesting that's never happened to me before. Of those 30 to 40 Pinterest links, I would say 20% of them are dead. So in the few days between when I gathered those links and when I went to go check on them, 20% of them are now dead. There's a couple possibilities that could explain this. The first being that Pinterest just deleted these posts, which I kind of don't believe. The second possibility, which I'm leaning more towards, is that Pinterest is actively looking for kids who are posting from adult accounts and they're changing those account types to reflect the true age of the kid posting. What makes me believe that is one particular post. Remember that girl who did the splits and that guy commented that very gross thing onto that photo? That post is still there. But now you can't comment on it, and you can't message the user anymore either. That indicates to me that that photo was originally posted to an adult account, but now the type of the account has changed to a teen account, specifically a 16 or 17-year-old's account, because their profiles are not private, but you can't comment on their photos and you can't message them either. So this tells me that Pinterest is actively trying to prevent kids from posting to adult accounts on their platform, but the problem is just so big that they can't keep up with it. Make no mistake, I can go to Pinterest right now on that burner account I made, and I can still see all the same sort of stuff that I showed you in this video. It does look like Pinterest is trying to address a problem, and I'm not going to comment on how effective they are at it because I don't run a tech company. I don't actually know the solutions here. I can only just put the problem in front of you and bring awareness to it. But I am glad I could leave that on a slightly more positive note than, when I originally wrote this video. And on a similarly kind of positive note, I have an update for you guys regarding those Google sites. Remember, they were hosting some pretty illegal content? Well, they're all gone now. All those sites I reported, they're all gone. Google actually removed them in a matter of days, so yeah, that's good. Guys, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you making it to the end. I promise that my next video will be less stomach-churning than this one, or at least it'll be stomach-churning in a less depressing way. But until then, have a good night.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys.
LinkedIn is weird. You probably haven't ever thought about it. After all, it's not really designed to be an enjoyable platform, and as such, most people only ever log in when they have to. For me, LinkedIn only ever entered my life when I was between jobs. Otherwise, my profile remained inactive. Some people use it while they're actively employed, but usually because of networking the platform enables is a part of their job in some way, or they maintain a presence with the intention of furthering their career in some fashion. Either way, the culture on LinkedIn revolves around the corporate caricatures of ourselves we present to the professional world, that version of us that genuinely enjoys bringing value to stakeholders. All social media revolves around deception in some way, but usually it's more about presenting an idealized version of yourself. Not necessarily lying, but rather just not showing everything, only the good parts of yourself and your life. The culture on LinkedIn, on the other hand, is specifically centered around lying. It's about the false enthusiasm you have to bring into the workplace. You don't care about making the company you work for more money, yet that's the attitude you have to bring to LinkedIn. This has made the platform feel much more fake than any other, to the point of being uncanny when you actually sit down and analyze it. Everybody has the same smiling headshot as their profile picture. Everybody writes in the same learned, confident voice. Everything just kind of bleeds into each other and nothing at all sticks out. It's like driving through a forest and trying to keep track of the passing trees. Despite this monotony, there's a lot to talk about with LinkedIn. The platform itself both operates very strangely and has endured many controversies over the years, the latest being a cybercrime problem that might be the largest out of any I've seen on any platform. There's also the LinkedIn addicts, the only honest people on the platform who are dangerously fanatical about it. Oh, and there's also the cults, but before we get to that, we've got to take a look at a single profile. Let me introduce you to Aegon Chalakian. On the surface, this profile looks like any other, one intended for a seemingly pretty educated and accomplished person, but the closer you look at it, the weirder things get. You wouldn't see it on a surface glance, but this page is an entry point into an insane rabbit hole that reaches both outside of LinkedIn and the internet itself, into a world of geopolitics that make conspiracy theories look like weekly weather forecasts. You see, Aegon is not a real person. Except he is. He's a flesh and blood human being. But he also doesn't exist. Not in the way a normal person does, at least. Yeah, it involves AI, but it's much more than that. He's connected to a real-world shady organization that has connections in the White House, while at the same time explores esoteric practices that directly deal with the supernatural. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's take a closer look at Aegon's profile. He has over 6,000 connections, but then again, he is a registered federal lobbyist for the American government, which would warrant such a large network of people. He's held that position since 2023, and around the same time, he apparently became a US registered foreign agent as well, which means that he's likely lobbying on the behalf of some foreign organization or state. Things start becoming stranger when you explore his education section. He appears to be currently enrolled in many different programs at many different prestigious schools, including the Harvard School of Business, MIT School of Management, the Wharton School in Pennsylvania, ESADA in Spain, Stanford School of Engineering, Oxford School of Business, Berkeley School of Law, MIT School of Engineering. I don't think I have to list them all, but in total, Aegon is currently enrolled in 26 different programs at universities in several countries. His work history beyond his current job as a White House lobbyist is just as bizarre as his education. He's worked with the European Parliament, the Ukraine Project, and CERN, where he's published multiple papers as a particle physicist and apparently has won multiple awards for it. His longest job, however, was as a consultant in the executive office, where he worked for 56 years. This might seem like some weird joke, a fake LinkedIn profile somebody set up with as many qualifications as possible, but this couldn't be further from the truth. If you search Aegon Chalakian on Google, you'll find several articles published by mainstream media talking about a video address he made warning humanity of a possible extinction event caused by something called the Siberian Magma Plume. This particular piece was published by the Globe and Mail, a well-respected and prestigious newspaper here in Canada, but there is something weird about this article. You'll notice at the top a disclaimer that explains to the reader that the following write-up is a press release published by a third party, and is paid content that hasn't been reviewed by the Globe and Mail. Strange. The article also makes several pleas for the international community to release the restrictions they placed on an organization known as Allatra. Keep that name in mind. Other than these articles, which mostly seem to focus on the same press release we just talked about, there's not really a whole lot else out there about Mr. Chalakian. There's a profile on a site called academia.edu that features much of the same content as his LinkedIn profile. But you should keep in mind that just like LinkedIn, anybody can make an academia page. He also apparently has an account on YouTube, and this is where things get even more bizarre. His channel is called Earth Save Science Collective, and he's uploaded many long videos. And I don't mean like an hour or 2 hours, no. His longest video is a whopping 8.5 hours long. It's called The Impact Documentary, and the whole thing seems to have been generated with AI, both the voiceover and the visuals, with the main narrator being an AI version of Aegon dressed up as George Washington. the documentary warns of a powerful hidden enemy that's supposedly tirelessly working to dismantle global democracy using informational terrorism, with their end goal being to force a second civil war in the USA and establish a new world order. It's all standard alarmist conspiracy theory nonsense, but it also makes frequent and odd mentions of anti-cult organizations, and how legitimate institutions like the EU's FECRIS are actually somehow promoting terrorism by advocating for anti-cult attitudes in mainstream society. The other videos on Aegon's channel appear to also be aided by AI in some way, like this video titled The Crossroads, where he eerily speaks for 3.5 hours straight without moving an inch. I said in the intro of this video that Aegon doesn't exist, but he also does. That's true. These videos contain Aegon's presence, but they also don't really depict a human. They're obviously mostly generated with AI in some manner. Aegon is a living, breathing person though. Also on YouTube, you can find a televised interview he did at a 2024 UN climate conference, which involves no AI and proves that he is indeed a real person, one that's accomplished and respected enough to be in the position to do a TV interview at a UN event. But his education history also can't be real, and there's barely any information about this supposedly important public figure on the internet outside a few recent paid press releases, a bunch of weird AI-generated YouTube videos, and of course his LinkedIn profile. What is going on? The rabbit hole keeps getting weirder the further you go down. If we go to the website linked on his YouTube channel, you'll find a gallery of photos that shows Aegon with various prestigious people. They seem normal at first glance, but again, as you look closer, things start to seem off. In this picture of Aegon with a Harvard economics professor, you can see that the books in the background don't seem to have legible writing on the spines. They're either blank or have nonsense scribbles written on them. The most damning example is this photo showing Chalakian with his supposed colleagues, Maria Zuber, the vice president of research at MIT, and also an astronaut named Kate Rubins. There's clear evidence that both Maria and Kate were completely doctored into this photo. The real picture of them is this one, which comes from an MIT article and does not contain Aegon at all. You can line up Maria and Kate perfectly between both of these photos, and Aegon's doctored version was likely created with AI, judging on the smeary ChatGPT look of the image. Chalakian's website also makes frequent mention of Allatra, that mysterious organization that seems to follow him around anywhere he is on the internet. And it's here where things really go off the deep end. Allatra presents itself as a volunteer-driven international public movement focused on studying natural disasters, geodynamic changes, and promoting discussions to solve the global climate crisis. They supposedly have participants in more than 180 countries, most of whom are scientists, experts, and other professionals. Again, like everything we've talked about so far, this all seems fairly normal on the surface. But not everything is as it seems. Allatra is based in Ukraine, and in 2023, their headquarters were raided by the military. Why? Because the organization, who the Ukrainian government had labeled an extremist cult, had been promoting Russian propaganda, specifically stating that all Slavic people were destined to come together and form a single state who would be commanded by a savior-like figure, one who greatly resembled Vladimir Putin. In the raid, the authorities would seize Russian propaganda literature, documents depicting occult symbolism, portraits of Putin, large amounts of Russian currency, and several firearms. You might assume that this is some Russian-backed propaganda machine, but things get even weirder if you can believe it. In June 2025, Russia themselves would also label Allatra as an extremist sect and would order all their activities to cease in the country. It's pretty rare for both Ukraine and Russia to agree on anything. Just what exactly was this group doing? Let's back up a second. When Ukraine raided Allatra, they called it a cult, and they also found occult art and literature in the compound. They also found this, a big glass pyramid with a chair inside. This is where we start diving into esoterica. You see, Allatra believes in the supernatural. Specifically, they purport that humans have an innate ability to communicate telepathically, one that's never been properly unlocked. This energy pyramid device is part of an experiment set up by the sect to prove that humans can do this.
We have gathered here today to conduct the first international pyramid experiment, the goal of which is to determine the possibility of transmitting information telepathically at a distance. We will choose one of the symbols randomly. The operator will look and memorize this symbol, and then at 5 p.m. GMT, she will go into the pyramid and will be transmitting this symbol for half an hour.
Allatra made a whole video outlining this experiment. A woman is presented with a selection of 12 visual symbols. She chooses one and memorizes it. Then she gets into the pyramid and begins using it to transmit the symbol telepathically. She does this for 30 minutes. While she's transmitting, 1,100 participants around the world attempt to receive the communication and submit the symbol they think is being transmitted. Supposedly, the experiment was a success, and the correct symbol was the most commonly chosen option. Look, I could go on for a long time about Allatra. There's been accusations of SA against its founder, allegations of harassment, threats, and smear campaigns against its critics, but this video is about LinkedIn.
At Fiverr, we know that vibe coding can be a lot of fun, until it's not.
We kinda got away from that. Let's rein it in. Aegon Chalakian is a mysterious man to pin down. Everything he does seems to be half lies and half truths. But one thing he most certainly is a foreign agent lobbyist in the White House working for Allatra. That's true, you can find publicly available proof of that on the internet. His other activities and qualifications, though, are questionable. In the 1970s, the SEC issued a violation order against Chalakian for misrepresenting his education and employment history. And remember those academic papers he posted to his LinkedIn? They weren't written by him. They were stolen from a scientist with a similar name, Arpane Chalakian. He also claimed to have worked for CERN, but when asked about it, CERN came back and said that they had never heard of him. Almost everything surrounding this guy has been proven to be fake or just unsubstantiated, except for the fact that he is indeed a lobbyist working on the behalf of Allatra. Aegon is not the only person connected to Allatra in the White House. Pastor Mark Burns, Donald Trump's personal spiritual advisor, is a member of Allatra. There's a video and article on their website where he repeats many of Aegon's talking points, alleging that the anti-cult movement is actively harming people. Again, this is the President of the United States' personal spiritual advisor repeating the talking points of a cult that believes in human telepathy. To wrap this up, here's my personal theory, and to be clear, this is just my opinion, so take it with a grain of salt. Judging based on the contradicting information and substantiated evidence of multiple cases of falsified credentials, you could fairly assess Aegon as a sort of con man. I think he was picked up at some point in the last couple of years by Allatra, and they helped fill in the blanks to make him come off like some important figure, which is evidenced by the very little information about him that exists outside his lengthy LinkedIn profile. They then used him, a native-born American, to act on their behalf as a lobbyist in the White House. The agenda he's pushing likely reflects the talking points you can gather from his AI-generated YouTube videos: climate catastrophes, impending doomsdays, and putting an end to anti-cult attitudes around the world. As for Allatra themselves and what their motivations may be, I have no idea. As much as I'd like to get into that, it would be a whole other video on its own. Aegon Chalakian's profile on LinkedIn remains one of the strangest on the site. It reflects a man that only half exists, one that is made of flesh and blood, but not of the history he claims to have. He can be seen with your eyes, but most of what you can see of him are AI fabrications. The only real thing about this man is his advocacy for a bizarre and powerful cult. Believe it or not, Aegon is not the only fake person we're going to talk about today, and Allatra is not the only cult either. LinkedIn is full of weird things, and I'm surprised people don't talk about it more often. Like I said, it operates much differently than other social media platforms, and when it comes to terminally online social media addicts, LinkedIn fanatics in particular are very unusual. When you imagine a typical terminally online social media user, the archetype likely varies depending on the platform you're thinking of. An Instagram addict might be an inspiring influencer, someone who tries to present their life in an exaggerated manner, acting more rich and successful than they actually are. A typical Twitter addict, in my mind, is inseparably tied to politics, either a groiper or a tanky with a bunch of flags next to their username, both sides constantly spouting off insane opinions that have been shaped by the false online reality they live in. Your average Facebook addict is a boomer conspiracy theorist who isn't very good with technology and likely engages with AI-generated content. Either way, regardless of how unhinged your everyday social media addict may seem, they're still using their respective platforms in the way they were intended to be used. Like it or not, social media in general was specifically designed to be as intrusive in people's lives as possible. The individuals who run these platforms want you to become insane and detached addicts who live their lives on the internet. That's how they make money, by reeling you in as much as possible. LinkedIn, on the other hand, is not a conventional social media platform. It's not designed around spouting off personal opinions or being used for fun at all, really. It's not social media. It's professional networking media. As such, you wouldn't expect it to be as addictive as other social networking platforms. At least not on the surface. When the platform first launched in the early 2000s, it filled a gap that hadn't been addressed previously by any platform at the time. It combined job listings with some light social media features like profiles and connections, allowing for not just quicker job applications but also networking between professionals, which traditionally only ever happened in real-world events. For its first 10 years, LinkedIn was only designed to be a networking and job application tool. As the 2010s rolled in, things would begin to change a little. LinkedIn would go public in 2011, and the pressure to grow as a company would begin to drive the platform's direction. LinkedIn was useful, but it couldn't draw people in the same way Facebook or Twitter could, and that was a problem. People only used it when they needed a job. Nobody was logging in every day the same way they would with a conventional social media platform. Less time spent using LinkedIn meant less money for the company, and subsequently less growth. If the platform wanted to keep up with its contemporaries, it would need to shift its mission. In a 2012 letter to shareholders, CEO Jeff Weiner would share his new 3-word strategy for the company: simplify, grow, every day. The everyday part of that was specifically in reference to getting users to use LinkedIn every day, just like any other social media platform. The business logic behind this makes sense, but how exactly do you get people to use a job application site every day? LinkedIn's mission statement as a professional networking and job application tool would never actually change, but they would sneakily start to add in more conventional social media features as time went on. They'd introduce a Facebook-style infinite scroll newsfeed filled with posts from people you're connected with. They'd start tracking the amount of time a user spent looking at a certain post and the different engagements they had with it. Based on that information, they'd start inserting recommended posts from strangers into your newsfeed. This not only made LinkedIn function much like any other social media site, but it also allowed users to gain significant organic followings on the platform, giving rise to a very strange sort of influencer.
Have you used social media between the ages of 8 and 18 and now you're dealing with anxiety, depression, or body image?
The way LinkedIn solved their everyday problem was by purposely molding the sort of content they wanted users to share on the site. Not necessarily life updates like Facebook or interesting random pieces of information like Twitter, but rather career advice and educational content. The problem is, there's only so much career advice people can post every single day. Humans are simple creatures, and we have a tendency to engage with social media in the same manner no matter what the platform is. This results in the average LinkedIn post being a strange mixture of personal and career-focused content, with the two sides mixing into each other much like milk that's been freshly poured into a mug of coffee.
I proposed to my girlfriend this weekend. Here's what it taught me about business-to-business sales.
In this post, you'll find a long write-up detailing the supposed career lessons this man learned from planning a marriage proposal to his partner. In it, he compares the ring to an enterprise product and his girlfriend to a business he's trying to sell to. Getting down on one knee, that's a product demo. Her saying yes, you close the deal. Good job, buddy. This sort of career lesson from a life experience is typical of LinkedIn influencers. It seems like a subconscious solution people have conjunced themselves into using to adopt LinkedIn as a conventional social media platform to overshare personal experiences while also somehow keeping it in the corporate realm. By definition, your career life is supposed to be separate from your personal life, so mixing the two in the way LinkedIn influencers do is just sort of off-putting and leaves a bit of a gross taste in your mouth.
I peed the bed on my honeymoon, not exactly one of my proudest moments.
What's the business lesson here, you might ask? It's about not taking yourself too seriously and embracing humanity as a team leader.
If you can survive peeing the bed on your honeymoon, you can survive anything business throws at you.
Another aspect to LinkedIn is hustle culture. Not just for the people running their own companies, but for the employees of other businesses as well. It's seen as a good thing on LinkedIn to overwork yourself to bring value to shareholders. In the intro of this video, I mentioned that this sort of attitude is a common lie people have to purport to be able to survive in the corporate world. On LinkedIn though, people who sincerely think like this seem to get elevated, and a sort of corporate Stockholm syndrome is a key part of the platform's culture. This also leads people into passionately defending all billionaires and rich people against any and all criticism.
Everyone is talking about the Polish CEO who grabbed the hat from the boy at the US Open. I just saw he came out and apologized. While it wasn't the best look for the CEO, I think this was a missed life lesson for the boy. You can't expect to have everything handed to you.
This is the archetype of an average LinkedIn fanatic, a workaholic wage slave who's thinking about bringing value to the shareholders during their life's most important moments and kissing the feet of the billionaires who would never even give them a second glance. It's gross and off-putting, but not really disturbing or scary. So why am I talking about it? You see, this very specific blend of personal life with work and subservient attitudes made LinkedIn fanatics the perfect recruitment targets of a secretive organization that caused a lot of harm to many people, one that would have an official presence on the platform. Consider, if you will, the following LinkedIn profile. It's for a man named Keith Rainier, a self-described independent education management professional based out of upstate New York. On the surface, this profile looks like any other, but you'll notice it's missing a few details. There's no profile picture, no job history, and no posts. Despite this, Keith still has a large network of connections. It almost seems like his profile was purposefully gutted at some point, perhaps in an attempt to cover something up. Back in 1998, Keith had started a company with his friend Nancy Salzman. The business offered something called Executive Success Programs, a set of courses intended for aspiring professionals who wanted to take their career to the next level and move up the corporate ladder. It wasn't a very uncommon idea, but it is unusual when you think about it. Career training usually centers around learning some sort of applicable skill, but executive success programs claim to teach you how to succeed in your career by shaping the way you act towards other people and your own personal habits. The concept may have been dressed as a high-end professional training program, but in reality, it was just another subset of the self-help industry, which was experiencing a massive boom around the turn of the millennium. Self-help gurus present themselves as successful people who are merely being kind enough to let you in on the supposed secrets that can make your life similar to theirs. The tiny things you can start doing today to give you more confidence, more money, more women, and more respect, which in turn translates to more success in all aspects of your life, including your career. The thing is, actual successful and wealthy people don't have to resort to making money by teaching classes about self-improvement. It would have to be a work of passion. And why go the trouble of leaving behind your already fulfilling and prosperous career to teach in a classroom full-time when you can just ghostwrite a book and be done with it? Because of this, a large proportion of these gurus end up being average people who are just pretending to be successful, which even leads to criminal convictions of fraud in many cases. You can make an argument that both Keith Rainier and Nancy Salzman were in this more fraudulent category of gurus. Before offering their classes, Keith's only work experience had been a brief stint as a computer programmer after he graduated college with a 2.26 GPA, and several failed multi-level marketing schemes he had concocted, one of which landed him with a $40,000 fine from the state of New York, only $9,000 of which he could afford to pay. Nancy had been a medical nurse. Despite this, Keith in particular, who was the one in charge of things, saw himself as qualified to coach the country's top executives and teach them the secrets to success in a corporate world he himself had never actually experienced. You might think that an idea like this would be doomed for failure, but it wasn't. Keith and Nancy's company managed to pull in many already very successful people, including Roger Stone and Richard Branson. If you're wondering why a billionaire would take advice from a petty criminal who had less than $10,000 to his name, it's because of the clever way Keith set this whole thing up. You see, Keith didn't just offer classes, he structured his training company almost like a secret society. By taking a class, you were in on the ground floor. But if you were willing to do some extra things, you could advance in the organization and get closer to Keith. The more you did, the closer you would get. One thing you could immediately do to advance was to get people you know to come and take a class, which added a multi-level marketing aspect to this business, and is how Keith and Nancy managed to land big names. It was all through leveraging levels of separation.
Welcome to the new generation of web creation.
LinkedIn would be a great aid in this process, as it materialized students' professional social networks into a tangible and browsable format, allowing Keith to direct his pupils to target specific people who he saw as high-value potential students, like Sarah and Claire, daughters of the Canadian billionaire Edgar Bronfman. They were introduced to the program by a family friend and instantly fell headfirst for Keith's charisma. They would not only bring many other high society prospects to the organization, such as their own father, but would also end up being the company's main source of funding. Keith would introduce himself using the name Vanguard to his students, and he painted himself as both a multimillionaire and the smartest person in the world. He may not have done well in school, but he must have known how to turn on the charm, because the things he would eventually get away with were frankly insane. In 2003, Keith would sue a man named Rick Allen Ross for allegedly infringing on his company's copyright by publishing details of what actually went on in the classes they were teaching. Before attending their first session, students would have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. They weren't allowed to tell anyone outside the school anything they were experiencing within it. Ross, though, had got his hands on a training manual from a former student, and he was surprised to learn just how strange things had gotten in Keith's classroom. You see, Rick Ross is a self-proclaimed cult specialist, and in his articles on the topic, he described Keith and Nancy's organization as a blossoming cult. Students had to endure intensive 12-hour school days which were designed to keep them immersed and separated from the outside world. The things they learned were actually fairly typical of any self-help cult. They were taught various methods to question and redefine their core beliefs. On the surface, this is usually presented as a way to rid one of their negative qualities, but it almost always becomes a method for the cult leader to shape their followers in whatever way they desire. I haven't told you the name of Keith and Nancy's company. That's on purpose. It was called NXIVM. Nexum. It wouldn't come out till much later, but Keith had based the name on the Roman concept of nexum, a form of debt bondage in the Roman Empire where a debtor would post his physical body as collateral for his unpaid loans, which would result in either a life of slavery or execution if a nexum debt was defaulted on. You could argue that Keith may have been striving to set up a similar arrangement with his pupils, would have to wear different colored sashes on their person depending on what level they had obtained in the organization. Higher level Nexum members had more responsibility, more respect, and most importantly, more access to Keith and his secrets. There were many ways you could move up the ranks, not just by leveraging your personal social network. In 2006, Nancy would send her daughter Lauren out to Vancouver with a mission: charm and recruit Allison Mack, a famous Canadian actress who is most well known for her role on Smallville, a TV show that already had one of their alumni presently enrolled in Nexum, actress Kristen Kruk. In another successful expansion of their ever-growing interpersonal network, Mack would agree to try taking a Nexum class, and shortly after would become a fully fledged member of the cult. Allison found a different way to move up the ranks, much more in line with the Roman idea of Nexum. She would offer her physical body to Keith, turning the organization into a sex cult, one that would only grow more twisted as the years went on. You might think I'm being coy by saying Allison offered her physical body instead of just saying she agreed to become Keith's sexual partner, but that in reality is the best way to describe it. Within Nexum, Keith would create a sub-organization known as DOS, which is short for Dominus Obsesquius Sororium, or in English, Master over Slave Women. This would be where Keith would finally realize the Roman idea of Nexum, having complete and utter control over another human being. Again, this club would oddly enough be structured as a pyramid scheme. Keith would recruit women within Nexum to be his slaves, and those women could then recruit other people to act as slaves under them. 150 women would end up joining DOS, with Keith being the only male member of the club. Allison Mack and Lauren, the woman who recruited her into the organization, became the first members of DOS. They were told it was an empowering feminist club within Nexum. To join, they would have to offer collateral over to Keith. Acceptable collateral in this case included nude photographs or videos, any secret and potentially damaging personal information, and rights to all their physical assets. Once this collateral was handed over, the feminist illusion that enshrouded DOS would be shattered, and its true sinister nature would become apparent. Members of DOS would be expected to provide unlimited free labor to Keith at any time of the day, and were subject to corporal punishment if they failed to meet his expectations. Rainier would use demeaning and derogatory language towards his subordinates and would encourage everybody in the club to do the same to anyone who just happened to be ranked below them. They were forced to adhere to an extremely restrictive diet to fulfill Keith's preference towards bone-thin women. This diet was so lean that most members of DOS would stop menstruating, and many would even begin experiencing hair loss. Just like he did to get students into Nexum in the first place, Keith would instruct existing members of DOS to target specific women he found desirable with the intention of convincing them to join the club. Again, under the guise that it was some empowering women-only group. Once a woman handed over her collateral and agreed to join the organization, they would have to undergo something called a branding ritual. This ceremony was about as deranged as you could possibly imagine. The brandee would only be told beforehand that they were getting a small tattoo, but would be instructed to fully undress. The brandee would then be coerced into audibly asking to be branded, and Daniel Roberts, a member of Nexum who happened to be a medical doctor, would use a cauterizing pen to burn Keith's initials into their skin. The entire ritual would be filmed and kept as an extra piece of collateral. All while this was happening, Nexum would still be operating in the real world as nothing more than a school for executives to learn how to further their careers. New members would add the course to their LinkedIn profiles, just like any other career training program, unknowingly attaching themselves to a deranged sex trafficking cult. While Nexum may have been secretive on its own, DOS was even more so. Members wouldn't be aware just who else was roped into this nightmare within Nexum, and they'd be instructed to only communicate with their masters and Rainier through secure digital channels like Signal and Telegram. Despite this, word would eventually get out, and Keith and other higher-ups would soon face their well-deserved downfall. In 2017, a former high-ranking member of Nexum known as Frank Perlato Jr. would publish a long-form expose on his blog detailing all the specifics of DOS I just told you. This would trigger several high-profile criminal investigations into Nexum. Keith would be arrested in Mexico and deported to the US, where he would stand trial for a litany of federal charges, including CSA, possession of CP, multiple counts of forced labor, multiple counts of trafficking, racketeering, extortion, and wire fraud. That's not everything he was charged with, but I don't want to waste your time going over every single thing. He would be placed in jail as he awaited his final sentencing. As Keith settled into life in the pen, he would oddly enough continue to operate his cult from behind bars. During COVID, when visitations were temporarily suspended, Keith would instruct his remaining female followers to dance suggestively for him outside the jail, an order they would dutifully carry out every single day. This occurred before Keith was sentenced, which was very stupid of him to do, as it was a clear sign that he didn't hold any remorse for the horrible things he had done. And after unsuccessfully attempting to hire Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer, the judges would go hard on him, slapping him with 120 years in prison. Most high-ranking members of Nexum would also face criminal convictions, with co-founder Nancy Salzman being slapped with 42 months in prison after pleading guilty to racketeering, and Claire Bronfman, one of Keith's two benefactors, facing 81 months in prison for identity fraud and conspiring to conceal and harbor an illegal immigrant. Today, Keith and his cohorts remain behind bars, but sometime before their trials, they would wipe the internet of any and all possibly incriminating information. They would take down their website, and they'd also torch their LinkedIn profiles, leaving only faceless husks behind. They'd delete the company entirely off the platform, with any link to it still remaining, leading to a 404 page. These dead profiles are a grim reminder of how one man was able to harness the corporate fanaticism that you so commonly see nowadays on LinkedIn and twist it into a deranged devotion to himself, at the cost of his victims' freedoms, health, and overall well-being. Keith and Nancy's LinkedIn profiles are not the only empty shells of accounts that exist on the platform. You might remember at the beginning of the video when I said that LinkedIn had one of the worst cybercrime problems I've seen on any platform. Due to its unique nature as a social media website, LinkedIn is a prime hunting ground for online criminal operations of all kinds, from scams targeting individuals to full-on corporate espionage. If you're involved in the world of cybersecurity at all, you'll definitely be intimately familiar with the problems that LinkedIn poses. It's late. You're getting ready to go to bed, but before you do, you decide to check your Gmail inbox one last time. It appears you have several unread emails from LinkedIn. Not unusual considering the immense amount of spam they're famous for sending, but among the junk is a legitimate notification. A woman named Keenan Ramsey has added you as a connection, and she's included a message as well.
Quick question. Have you ever considered or looked into a unified approach to message, video, and phone on any device anywhere?
The message seems like spam, but you decide to take a look at Keenan's profile anyways. It seems normal enough, but something isn't right. It's the profile picture. You look at it for a few seconds, trying to figure out what about it is bothering you, and then you see it. The photo is perfect. Too perfect. She's flawlessly aligned in the center of the frame, but despite that, she's missing an earring on her left ear, a detail that likely wouldn't make it into a real LinkedIn profile picture. Keenan is probably not who she says she is. This is an actual fake profile detected through an investigation run by Stanford's Internet Observatory. The researchers decided to look through Keenan's reported education and work history, and they actually contacted these establishments to see if they could verify that she was associated with them. None of them had ever heard of a Keenan Ramsey. This profile wasn't the only one they caught. Through their investigation, they found thousands of fake accounts using very similar looking AI-generated profile pictures. These particular accounts are part of a bot network run by a shady marketing company to promote real products, but they're just a small part of a massive problem LinkedIn is facing. Bot and scam accounts are an issue on any social media platform, but the unique nature of LinkedIn makes it the most vulnerable social network to cybercrime. For one thing, the entire platform is built around sharing information about companies, which makes it the best place on the internet to do corporate espionage and information gathering for hacking purposes. If you ever take a cybersecurity course, one common thing they instruct you to do is to make a burner LinkedIn account to find unintentionally exposed information on the platform when doing security research on a particular company. This can be in the form of looking at the backgrounds of photos taken in someone's workplace and seeing what was accidentally left in the picture, whether it was someone's badge number or information exposed through the windows left open on a computer screen. LinkedIn also differs from other platforms in the sense that it's built around cold calling. Getting a message from a stranger on Instagram or Twitter usually results in that conversation being placed in some sort of spam folder. But on LinkedIn, the whole point of the platform is to message strangers. That's how you get a job, but that's also how you target people for cybercrime. Having a LinkedIn profile filled with information also lends you more credibility than having a normal profile on any other social media platform, purely due to the corporate and professional atmosphere of the website. On top of that, it's an acceptable practice to send strangers files to open on their computer through LinkedIn, whether that's a PDF with a resume or a Word document with a job application. All of this creates a sort of perfect storm for cybercrime, and it's no wonder why LinkedIn is locked in a constant battle against an onslaught of fake profiles. Just between January and June of 2025, the platform had banned almost 84 million fake accounts, all of which were created within that 6-month time span. These accounts are used to target both corporations and individuals, ranging from large-scale cyber attacks that result in massive data breaches you read about in the news to small-scale scams that attempt to steal personal identities. These profiles are created to resemble real people as much as possible, but they only succeed at that on a surface glance. Look any closer and you'll see just how dead they really are. There are never any activity updates, just a static dormant profile that hasn't changed at all since its initial creation. LinkedIn is such a perfect breeding ground for this that it even has a massive problem with state-sponsored hacking operations. Rogue nations like Iran or North Korea create fake profiles acting as recruiters to send malware to unsuspecting employees of large Western tech and media companies with the intention of stealing intellectual property, money, and just sowing chaos in general.
All your next video ad needs is one AI video editor on Fiverr.
Back in 2024, one user received a connection request from a profile under the name Onder Kayabasi. Despite being a premium LinkedIn member, his account details seemed a little suspicious, with everything having been created within the last 3 months. He claims to be a recruiter searching for web developers who specialize in crypto. The user still went forward with a connection though, and they were soon offered an interview. During the video call, the candidate was asked to do a coding assessment, being instructed to run and download an incomplete application that they would need to work on during the interview. The user wanted to run the app in a virtual machine, but the interviewer kept insisting that he run it directly on his computer, but couldn't really offer a good reason why it needed to be ran that way. The user luckily did only run it in his virtual environment though, and he watched the application begin parsing through and then sending all available personal information to some server, at which point the user obviously ended the interview. This person had unknowingly connected with a state-sponsored North Korean hacker and had downloaded a sophisticated piece of malware developed in the DPRK. It's part of a major cybercrime operation called Contagious Interview, just one of many North Korean hacking campaigns currently being operated. So the next time you get a spam cold call from a suspicious looking recruiter on LinkedIn, there's actually a decent chance it's connected to a state-sponsored North Korean cybercrime operation. As somebody who just quit their job last month, this video was definitely cathartic to make. I never liked LinkedIn at all when I had to use it, but I actually did enjoy covering it in this video. It's definitely a weird and unique place on the internet, one that's a lot more interesting to look at from the outside rather than the inside. Guys, thank you so much for watching. If you made it this far into the video, maybe consider subscribing so you'll get more videos like this one showing up on your YouTube homepage. I've also been trying to be more active on Twitter recently, so consider following me there as well. And lastly, have a good night. YouTube's very inception, one genre of video in particular has always seemed to do well on the platform: stop-motion animation.
It seems like
Whether it's Legos, action figures, vegetables, bringing inanimate objects to life to parody popular culture has always been a foolproof recipe for success on this website. Some of my earliest memories on YouTube were watching these goofy animations, and some of the first videos I ever made were stop-motion animations. Much in this spirit, a man by the name of Tim Firth would sign up for the site at the beginning of 2015, showcasing his stop-motion animations made with action figures and paper cutouts. But these animations are different from others on YouTube. On the surface, these clips may seem like low-effort stop-motion videos made by a child, but the titles allude to the dark secret these clips all hold. Ukraine headshot, Syrian gun battle, Brazilian phone thief gets a surprise, Chinese workplace pipe accident. These aren't your ordinary movie scene parodies made with Legos. Tim Firth is making stop-motion versions of real-life gore videos. Obviously, I can't show you, but most of these videos are in fact one-to-one recreations of actual clips of people's lives being ended in brutal ways. The vast majority of these videos don't have that many views, usually just a few hundred. But one of them in particular did go semi-viral: Mexican Chainsaw Video, which was uploaded in 2018. This video is certainly not unwatched. It currently has 360,000 views. It's a recreation of one of the most famous cartel videos that I'm sure some of you have seen in the past. The thing is, this video contains the actual audio from the horribly violent video it's recreating. Yet it and many other clips on this channel aren't age restricted. And as such, pretty much anyone is able to watch them. It's not too hard to imagine a scenario where kids see what they assume is just innocent stop-motion animation, and instead get greeted with real, brutally violent scenes played out with toys. In fact, you don't even need to imagine it, because if you expand the description of this video, you'll find some shorts remixing it, which are all made by children. Welcome to YouTube's Unwatched Horrors Volume 2. In the first episode of this series, we took a look at mysterious and unsettling videos on YouTube with incredibly low view counts, some of which were clips passed around multiple channels. But for this entry, we're going to focus more on mysterious channels and the unexplainable things they post. These channels range from having videos with a few thousand views to some having videos with literally no views. I'm not kidding. I was the first person to click on this video, for example. We're going to work our way down, starting with the most widely known channel and ending with the most obscure. Join me as we delve into the unseen horrors lurking under the surface of YouTube.
Hi, my name is Carolina and I'm Farrell's wife. I make all the artwork for this channel, like thumbnails, custom illustrations, etc. Today though, I'm here to talk to you about perfumes. I love perfumes. For me, they are... But when you shop online, you can usually either order a sample.
Back in 2022, I distinctly remember coming across a disturbing short video that only had a few hundred views. I can't remember if I had seen it linked somewhere on Reddit or if it was just in my YouTube recommendations, but I do remember that the video showed a masked woman dancing in a frantic manner. It's also possible I could have found this video by just putting in an emoji or punctuation in the search bar, which used to be a pretty foolproof way to find weird things on YouTube. Well, regardless, I found it again by chance while doing research for this video. We're gonna watch the whole thing. It seems my memory wasn't far off. This video, put up by user 9472, and which somehow doesn't have a title, shows us a woman moving in a bizarre and agitated fashion, accentuated by the way the video loops. While I remember her wearing a mask, it seems she isn't. Instead, she just has either lipstick or blood smeared around her lips. The clip is accompanied by a mysterious foggy ambient soundtrack that wouldn't be able to place in a Silent Hill game. While I remember this video only having a few hundred views back when I originally saw it, it now has more than 60,000. The description simply reads,
Yelena in the hallway.
While the video may have more views now, it doesn't seem to be any less mysterious. Nobody in the comments section seems to have a clue what's going on here. Doing an image back search on several frames of the video yields no relevant information. The only info that can be gathered here is the name Yelena, which is a common first name in various Romance languages, but obviously that doesn't tell us a whole lot. In one of user 9472's other videos, we can see a view of the same hallway. Judging by the positions of the door and the wallpapers, this video takes place at the opposite end of the same hallway from the last video. This clip shows us an empty view of this corridor, until the vague form of a woman just barely comes into view, at which point it ends with this still image. The audio here appears to be muffled mumbling that was too distorted for me to actually recover anything from my audio tools. The blurry image at the end is upside down. When flipping it and putting it through an AI image enhancer, you can make out what might be two people standing outside a window wearing motorcycle helmets. Judging by the fact that we have two videos with the same hallway and this random unrelated image at the end of this video, I'm gonna guess that user 9472 is making this content themselves and not using found footage from the internet. If we take a look at their first video, uploaded in August 2021, we're greeted with a single still image of a woman with a blurred out face accompanied by slowed down music. This appears to be an image taken of a TV screen. When sped back up, the music sounds something like this. Because this clip is so short, I wasn't able to find where this music comes from by using audio matching tools. Let me know if you recognize it. I think investigating individual clips might not be the best way to go about this. Let's instead take a broader look at this channel. Every video is incredibly similar. They're usually less than a minute long and show static images that rarely move, whether they're slowed down footage, normal speed footage depicting static scenes, or just straight up still images. They almost always have some sort of figure with an obscured identity, whether they're wearing a mask, their face is hidden in the shadows, or they're obscured by some effect like blurring or pixelation. These visuals are accompanied by garbled audio that's usually either distorted or slowed down. None of these clips have a title, and they all have around 10 to 20,000 views, with comments from mystified viewers that have no idea what they're watching. I think user 9472 is pretty sly when they make these videos, and they know how to make it hard to uncover much information from them. For example, in the second video with the woman in the hallway, the mumbling audio doesn't just have reduced high frequencies, the high frequencies just aren't there, they've been completely cut out, meaning there's nothing to recover. Same thing with the slowed down music from the first video. The clip is so short that it's impossible to use an audio matching tool like Shazam to identify it. They managed to destructively edit photos enough that the effects can't be reversed. In other words, user 9472 knows that people are going to try to dissect their content, and they don't want us to find anything. With that being said though, there are a few cases where user 9472 was less careful. For example, this iconic image of a Slenderman looking character standing in a driveway is from the 2010 French documentary Somewhere to Disappear. The most popular video on their channel features just two still images that are screenshots from an audition clip for the reality show Survivor. The longest video on user 9472's channel features one short clip stretched out to 6.5 minutes coming from a video from the YouTube channel Memory Hole, which uploads old bizarre home movies. I was actually able to find the source for the audio here, which is the song Hellscape by the darkwave band Troller, which has been slowed down by 4 times. This video features a short clip from an animation made by Slovenian artist Anna Chigon. This is probably the most obscure clip user 9472 has sourced from, having less than 600 views on YouTube when I came across it. Is it possible that user 9472 is Slovenian? After all, Yelena is a name that exists in Slovenia, and it would explain the general Mediterranean atmosphere of this channel. But when you start looking for information outside the channel itself, this theory quickly falls apart. I may have just said that user 9472 was pretty careful to cover their tracks, but that wasn't always the case. While there's very little information to gather from the current iteration of their channel, we can actually gather quite a bit more from deleted content. Given the obscure nature of this channel, there's not a whole lot of information out there, and the Wayback Machine only reaches back about a year or so here. But I did find this screenshot on Reddit from 4 years ago. This is the same channel, even though none of the videos here exist anymore. But take a look at the names of these clips. These titles are in Italian. Ylenia is an Italian name. This house looks incredibly Italian. Wait, where did this video come from? I don't remember seeing this anywhere on the channel. Very strangely, The Sun wrote an article about this channel 3 years ago about a now deleted video that supposedly contains a dead body. This is one of those junk articles that just sort of describes a Reddit post without any actual research behind it. And as such, no answers are present in the measly 300 words here. They were kind enough to mirror the video though, and while I was only in Italy one time 10 years ago, I can still tell you that this really looks like an Italian house. While we were able to narrow down the country user 9472 is from, that's unfortunately where this rabbit hole ends. There's no further information to uncover here. My guess is that this is the project of some art school student. The deleted house clip in particular really makes me think this. It just screams art school to me. Again though, that's just a theory. This YouTuber clearly wants to remain mysterious, and we're not going to get any definitive answers here. Okay, our next segment brings us from Italy out east to a much more mysterious country, Russia, where we'll find a much older and much more obscure channel, also denoted by a 4-letter word followed by 4 numbers, Anon5298. I got a video from this channel recommended to me on my YouTube homepage. We're going to watch the whole thing in full before talking about it.
Неоправданное движение вперед и вверх. Ложь, которой не может быть. Это невозможность говорить и действовать, определенная масштабом неналичия. Правда лихих понятий, основанная на трудном выборе слов, заключенная в простоте и чистоте помыслов, хитросплетениях алчного людского разума, бездарное отсутствие, обязанное существовать. Посмотри в это зеркало, зайди в это поле, увидь тончайшую структуру материи. Теперь ты сам будешь и был.
This video, titled DS108, presents us with some atmospheric camcorder clips showing us some urban Russian scenes, as well as what seems to be a couple on their wedding day, who are the only people that appear in this video. As the clip goes on, some subtly strange things begin to happen. The Russian word nikogda pops up for a second, which translates to never. After that, the camera slowly zooms in on a doorway leading into a cellar, where a pair of glaringly white eyes appears out of the darkness for just a second before the video cuts to the sun slowly peeking out from behind the clouds, before cutting to static and ending. The whole video is accompanied by an ominous Russian narration. When roughly translated to English, it says this.
An unnatural forward and upward movement. A lie that cannot be. This is the inability to speak and act, determined by the scale of unavailability. The truth of attractive concepts based on a difficult choice of words contained in the simplicity and purity of thoughts. The intricacies of the greedy human mind. Mediocre absence obliged to exist. Look in this mirror, enter this realm and kill the finest structure of matter. Now, you yourself will be, and have been.
You, just you, building your app on Base 44.
It's hard to uncover much meaning from this edgy poem, but there are definitely themes of depression and self-annihilation here. I'm sure the translation being not so great is probably shrouding some of the meaning here as well, if there even is any. DS108 was uploaded in October 2024 and currently has around 600 views. There's no description or tags. there's a few comments all just appreciating the artistic style of the video. If we click on the channel, we'll notice two things. One, there's no personal identifying info here at all. And two, there are more of these DS videos. In fact, they stretch back 8 years. The one we just watched may have been recently uploaded, but all the others were uploaded years ago. The previous entry is DS095, and it follows a similar format. We get another vague and possibly meaningless Black Lodge style speech over top of atmospheric camcorder clips of Russia. The word Zapoved briefly appears on screen, which translates to commandment, and the video ends like this.
Как начало конца, из точки невозврата, точку небытия.
If you're curious, the word on the wall there is Obernis, which translates to turn around. Not every entry in this series follows the same format, like DS076. This video, uploaded in 2018, just shows us a single static shot of an apartment building with eerie music playing in the background for 3 minutes. Or DS049, which also shows us a single static shot accompanied by eerie music. These two videos in particular are really neat. They feel like snapshots of a past I never experienced, but still feels familiar all the same. The oldest entry in the series follows two people using crutches as they hobble their way through the city, also accompanied by an ominous and obtuse speech. Now, in terms of what's going on here, I don't think there's anything like an ARG or internet mystery happening in this case. Mostly because this same user also used to upload a lot of shitposty kind of videos on the same channel, as well as this animation he did of Station 922, which is a very popular Russian horror meme. That leads me to believe that this person is just purposely making horror videos. But regardless, you should really check these out. They're really well done little pieces of artistic horror. I feel bad that they all have less than 1,000 views. I think they deserve way more. If you're gonna watch something after this video, maybe consider checking out Anon5298. I'm sure they'd appreciate the support. Okay, we're moving on to the second last channel of the evening, and also the second most obscure. With this one, we're staying in the easternmost European country. Like always, we're gonna watch an entire video before talking about it. This video was uploaded by a user named Lavushka Trap, which is a combination of the Russian word for trap and the English word for trap. Much like Anon5298, we get a relatively short montage of camcorder clips. Instead of atmospheric city shots though, we're instead shown eerie claustrophobic clips of some dark basement, only illuminated by a flashlight that's probably being held by the cameraman. The whole video is accompanied by some vaporwave-esque music that I wasn't able to identify, and occasionally, a piece of Russian text pops up on the screen. In the session room. This is the area where the catacombs/facility construction begins. Crow's Eye 1992. This appears to be some sort of urban exploration video, but those couple seconds of the mysterious white figure at the end suggest that something more could be going on here. This video has 1,200 views and was uploaded in June 2023. Just like every other channel we've talked about today, this user has no idea